insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms or visit dkappliances.com.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Order Packaging.com. Again, Packaging.com. Packaging.com. Pacagen.com. Protection from allergens, not guesswork.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, good to be with you. Let's jump right into it. It's Dan and Dawn doing the double. I'm doing a lot of alliteration. So I was trying to think of, we have Greg's cut sheet. And I was trying to play around with a Borowski Bites.
Yeah.
Or we'll have to ask you're the greatest audience ever. So
They are.
on the YouTube chat, or whether you're listening, whether you want to comment on social media, I'm at Dawn Stensland and WPHT, or if you want to call in, 855-839-1210. If Dan Borowski, who has,
Screws up
who
already.
gives great cut sheet, if you will, but it's Borowski's, what would you name it?
Borowski.
Blips,
Blips.
Bites,
Yeah.
Borowski's, or Dan's.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'm just trying to play around
I
here.
like them all. Yeah. Borowski's. Yeah.
I was doing a little alliteration.
Yeah. I like double D's. Nothing lives
Double
up to double
Ds.
D's. Double shifts, double D's. Yeah.
Yeah, double D's, triple D's.
But yeah, some amazing cuts left over from Michael Pelka this morning, so we can get into those.
Yeah, let's do it. And I will get into this incredible report that I'm so sorry, because Michael Pelka, who's the best, and thank you, Mike and Kathy Barnett last week for filling in for the Dawn show. I will point out it takes, 3 people to fill in for me when I'm off for a week, moving my kid into college, and Dan Borowski. How many people, so we could have fun with that too. I'm just saying. All right. So while Greg and Nikhil are off this week, and Riccioli too, everybody took off this week. So this new economic news release, and this is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So talking about the number of jobs, labor market experience, marital status, and health for those born in the late 50s through the mid 60s. So these are the younger baby boomer generation, if you will, and their experience. I do want to have some fun getting into that. But let's get into Borowski's Bites, if you will. And this was during that epic cabinet meeting by President Trump. sort of reminded me of The Apprentice a little bit, reality TV.
It's exactly what it is.
But you know what I like, Dan, and we have to get everybody's take on this. He now is very comfortable in this place where his demeanor is a lot like The Apprentice. Do you remember in his first administration, and I think part of it was he was defensive for obvious reasons, and we now even know we can put that in perspective, but he's the man. You know, he knows how much we love him, we support him. He knows the American people, and even like in D.C., I mean, a lot of Democrats, a lot of independents are saying, yeah, we love what you're doing, man. Keep doing it. And so I really love his energy. But this cabinet meeting went on an epic 3 hours, 17 minutes long, longer than fill in the blank movie. So I was looking at all the different movies, like what was the Flower Moon movie that, oh my goodness, just went on forever, or Godfather. So think about what movie is actually shorter than that cabinet meeting. It was incredible. Just to have some fun with it.
Long.
I know. But I loved it.
Meeting.
I mean, I think we all loved it.
Well, yeah.
Well, you know I would.
You would, yeah. After an hour and a half, I was
love our president.
Like, do we need 50 plus cuts?
Yes. We love you, Mr. President.
Right, let's spread it out a couple days there, Trump.
So let's do it. And this is Borowski Bite number 1. We'll go to, I think this is, which one?
HUD Secretary Scott Turner. Scott Turner, not really talked about as often as some of the other cabinet members, former NFL player, but doing great work in bringing families back together. And I wanted to play this back specifically for you, Dawn, because you're one that's very, family-centric and all. And it's nice to see. I think this exemplifies changes that we've seen under the Trump administration, focusing on strength of families and the strength that work plays in building strong families. Take a listen.
And you've been a tremendous champion for the American worker. I come from a hard-working family, as many people around this table do. And so thank you for helping us to change the conversation. And I believe we are changing the conversation around the kitchen table. Mm-hmm. And as everybody knows, my job is to steward HUD. And we have at HUD been very intentional about changing the conversation about the dignity of work and the dignity and the honor of family formation through work. Mm-hmm. And how the younger generation, when they see their parents work, how they're incentivized to work. And that, America is not a welfare state, but America was built on small business. It was built on entrepreneurship. And so as it pertains to housing, we're being very focused on that, and even some that receive HUD funding, to make sure, like our Section 3, when you receive HUD funding, that you are given opportunities for the most vulnerable Americans that you serve to have work, to have opportunities to work, to have work requirements. Work requirements are not a bad word. That's a great word. Time limits is a great word. To incentivize people, able-bodied, able-minded people, to work. And I believe that we are, under your leadership, sir, changing that conversation in America to where working is an honorable thing. And Secretary Wright talked about...
I think he's right?
Yeah, and so you think about, this is HUD Secretary Scott Turner, think about what he's saying, and then think about the opposite of that. So what Democrats have said is, oh no, a job, a job, you can't work.
Jobs?
You can't have... So imagine, and I love that he incorporates families and what it means for a family and the family unit and all of that. So just think about this for a moment. And since he mentioned family, so think about it for your, let's say, your teenager. You have a teenage child or grandchild, let's say, and you say to them, oh no, you can't work. You need to live in the basement forever, and let me control you. Let me support you so that you don't have your own money, your own job, your own responsibilities, and your own self-respect. Because that's really what a job does. A job is you saying, I've got this. I can do this. And the people in your life saying, yeah, absolutely. You're going to nail it. And that's what HUD Secretary Scott Turner, what he's saying. And then on top of it, to say, well, of course, you deserve to earn your own home. And even if HUD is involved and you get a better interest rate or whatever that looks like, but you, in essence, are now moving into an area where you have a job, you're earning, you're doing, And the government is saying, hey, we're just providing here some scaffolding. But at the end of the day, that comes off, because if you leave up scaffolding, it starts to look like shackles. If you leave up scaffolding, it looks like now at some point it's holding back from the beauty of what you've built. You see? And that's really the idea, that we trust people. We want to empower. We want to embolden. We want a little government money, or let's say a better interest rate, etc., to be the wind beneath your wings so that you learn now to fly on your own. That's what it's all about. How beautiful is that? To say, yeah, I trust you. You are going to soar in your life. You've got this. Instead of saying, think of how whether it's, I don't know, sexist, racist, whatever you want to say, think about how wrong it is to tell certain groups of society that, oh, no, you cannot do that. You cannot go have a job. How horrible is that? You're too, I guess what they're saying, Dan, is, well, you're too, what? You're too, fill in the blank. You're too stupid.
It's sad what it does to a generation, too, because I look around and I look at like people my age, younger, and I hate to say, but this is not a quite anomaly when you hear stuff like,
people shouldn't have to work to prove their value to you. In fact, people shouldn't have to work. People should want to work. And I want to work, and I do work, but it's like no amount of working is ever going to be enough to prove that I'm not disabled, and no amount of work is going to make me not disabled. You know, it's like I can do so much.
Yeah, but it's just I see so much of that and
these
you have
videos. She's sitting. For those of you not, well, let me just
please do
a little. So for those of you not watching on YouTube, which is perfectly fine because we're talk radio as well. This is a gal who is sitting in a vehicle and in the driver's seat, and she has these heart-shaped, kind of funny sunglasses and a big tattoo. I thought it was a necklace at first, and sort of a bikini or like a top that looks like a camisole top that there should be a shirt over it, and then some sort of pajama pants looking stuff. So a lot of tattoos going on. I will just say this. Why is she speaking about being disabled? Because she appears to be somebody, Dan, who's not disabled. She's able-bodied.
It seems that way.
So what's disabling her is whatever has been told to her. It's like she's bound up in her own mind.
And that's
what a shame.
That's a scary thing I see so much. And I think it started in the corporate world, especially with HR leaders, mostly leaning left, the idea of work-life balance. I think kind of has been bastardized, turned into something that's kind of gone out of control. You have the series Severance, which is an entire series about going to the workplace and then severing yourself when you go home, so you're a completely different person away from the workplace. And which is
a brilliant show.
Yeah, but I truly think, but I think the reason that's so popular is because there's such an anti-work sentiment out there in young people. There's a subreddit, Reddit, about anti-work. I'll read you some at some point in the show that is just absolutely ridiculous. People making excuses why they shouldn't have to work. It's entitlement, it's laziness, and I fear for the future, sincerely. With I feel those that are trying to actually work and do stuff are gonna have to shoulder a lot more of the Can
I say something? I love your take on Severance, the show, because to me, I think it's a show about compartmentalizing your personal pain and your grief. So I see it as something different, but that's why it's a great show, because we all see it as something different. And by the way, for a lot of people, going to work is in fact an escape from whatever, pain and grief you have, right? So I think, and here again, how do you cope with your own, and I'm using the word grief, but it could just be pain and compartmentalizing that. I don't know. That's a way. I know I'm getting really deep here. Since I'm getting deep, I'm going to go to President Trump. And this is cut to, I know we played it much earlier this morning, but he's talking about blue collar jobs. And these jobs really are, I think, what keeps America going. These are the jobs across the nation that President Trump especially celebrates. This is symbolic to me of how this president has revolutionized, if you will, the Republican Party. The Republican Party used to be synonymous with white-collar jobs. The Republicans used to be viewed as so-called white-collar or higher-earning jobs, not necessarily union jobs, working people jobs, blue-collar jobs. And President Trump loves America's work, real work, like I say, like the men and women who know how to work with their hands, but also like the new middle class. And so these are the jobs that Trump cherishes, and he has brought into the fold of the Republican or maybe independent, whatever, voter, former Democrats. And Trump now says, no, I love you. I represent you. Cut two.
The wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, which is so important to all of us around this table. The average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year, and there's no inflation because there's been decreases, tremendous decreases with thanks to Doug and Chris, and some of the people, the great job they've done with energy. Thank you very much. And Chris, thank you very much. I see you down close to $60 a barrel, and you'll be breaking that pretty soon. And that.
So he was referring. We'll get to Chris, and we'll get to probably Doug Burgum, former, obviously, governor in the Dakotas there, who is just right on point when he talks about energy. And you saw that when he was running for president. And Opelka earlier this morning had a great point of how Trump has all of these different egos. Some of these people ran against him for president, and he said nasty things to some of the people at this very cabinet meeting, at this table, and yet he has brought them together and they all love him. And that's incredible. I was thinking about who, the Phil Jackson, remember Coach Phil Jackson, his Zen way of bringing together like one of the great basketball teams of, Scottie Pippen, obviously Michael Jordan and Dennis Rodman, you know what I mean? Like Trump, as somebody that you might, he's accused of having this ego, and yet he comes there at this cabinet meeting table, goes around the table with people who he called some pretty harsh names. Just think about that and let that set in. Now they work for him, and they've left the opportunity of some huge industry jobs. So, well, I loved that point that Opelka made, and I wanted to expand on that. Speaking of which, when we think about the drive and Trump welcoming in blue-collar so-called, workers as American workers who now are Republican, the new Republicans, the new Republican Party, the bigger tent. Yeah, on the road again with the author of The Drive, Lessons Learned. If you're watching on YouTube, we've got the cover of Senator Ed the Trucker Durr on here. Do we have to take a break?
We can go right to him.
Can we just say hi really quick?
Yeah, let's go right to him.
Ed, we love your book, The Drive, Lessons Learned by Senator Ed the Trucker Durr. I know you relate to some of what President Trump has been saying. How are you, my friend?
Well, I was going to say to that point, Dawn, I think what President Trump did was made it okay for blue-collar Republicans to come out from the shadows. As a blue-collar worker, I've always been blue-collar all my life, and I've always been a Republican. My first vote was for Ronald Reagan back in the 80s, so I've always been conservative, but it felt like you couldn't really speak about it because you had to be Democrat if you were blue-collar. And I think President Trump made it okay for us to show that, no, we're conservative, and we believe in the country, and we are Republicans. Mm-hmm. So I think that's what President Trump really did for the blue-collar workers.
And so, moving through, and we think about South Jersey, what you at the time, made national news when, you as a trucker, I guess, coming up in your big old truck and somehow snuck up on somebody like Steve Sweeney, Senate president, big name in Jersey politics. Nobody saw it coming, I guess, and making national news there. So as we've followed your career, what are you doing? And I love your take on President Trump and the job creation. He's talking about that, but update us, not just the book, but what's going on in your life and as you write the next chapter?
Well, so to speak, with the book, I actually did write it. No ghostwriter or nothing. It was actually me. Yeah, a truck driver actually physically penned that book. I mean, as the grammar police, you probably could tell. But no, if anybody's interested, it's on edthetrucker.com. And I stuck my foot in there for the gubernatorial race last year. Unfortunately, it didn't go my way. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm Republican, and I wholeheartedly support Jack Ciattarelli. He won the primary. I believe that he can do a good job for New Jersey. We have to change things. For myself, a lot of people had said, oh, well, I guess after leaving the Senate, you have to go back to driving. Newsflash, I never stopped driving. I was driving the whole time. I drove. I would drive. I changed my shift because for the last 7 years, I've been what they call a local driver. I drive within, 300-400 miles of my home yard, and I actually listen to the Kale and Company show. And I got to tell you, you guys got me hooked because even on my day off on Wednesday and Thursday, I get up at 6 o'clock to listen to you guys. I love you guys in the morning. I love listening to your take on things. I love your pushback on Greg many times. Let me speak. I love your guys. But as far as my future, I still have an ambition to serve the public again. I enjoyed my 2 years in the Senate. Jack and I had spoke recently about a month ago, and he wants me to run for my Senate seat again. I've had people ask me to run against Cory Booker. I've had people ask me to run against Donald Norcross. I don't know what I'm going to do at this point. As you know, politics takes a lot of money and a lot of time. I have the energy. I don't know if I have the time or the money. So that's the two factors I have to weigh in on. But it's something I strive to do, and if I can't, I want to help other people do it. That's my goal, is hopefully we could change this state to red.
Hey, Ed, question for you, brother. Because we know, if you're involved with politics, the strength of the name Norcross out there in South Jersey. Curious, now that they're kind of ramping things down, it looks like, you talk money, does that change how things move forward in South Jersey politics? Do you have to have as much money to run because you're not going up against the big machine ran by Norcross? Or are you still going up against a big machine just no longer ran by Norcross?
Well, I mean, as far as like the Norcross situation, I grew up in Norcross. I grew up in Gloucester City, which was a heavy Democrat town. So I know the name and I know the history, and I know all the people. I'm well loved in Camden County and Gloucester County. So, the money might not be as important a factor. And I think it would be a nice little kind of like, I already took out one leg of the Norcross machine. Maybe I should take out the other leg, that kind of thing. That would be nice. Speaking, Dawn, you had said about I snuck up on Steve. I pushed back on that narrative a little bit because for the first time when I ran against Steve in 21, he never would do commercials. He started his commercials on September 1st. He never did commercials at September 1st. He was running commercials attacking me on September 1st. So I don't know necessarily if I snuck up on him. I know I surprised people and shocked people. But as far as sneaking up on him, he spent $2.5 million. So I don't know if that's sneaking up on somebody.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, maybe it just, that's a great point that you make, that he was aware that you were gaining popularity, but I don't know if anybody really truly predicted that you were going to take that. I don't remember that. And that was what I loved about it.
One guy did. One guy did.
Was it Rich Zioli?
No, me.
Oh, you. Good one.
Rich did. The first time I met Rich was at Tavistock. It was like a month before the election. And I introduced myself to him, and he laughed at me when I told him, I said, I'm going to beat Steve Sweeney. And he laughed. And he said, yeah, sure, it'll never happen. And
it was
sure
awesome.
enough, it did. And that's when I called you guys the following morning. Because I told him, I said, you're going to want to talk to me.
It just shows you, though, that all elections are local. I mean, it's a lesson that we learn people like you prove, Ed Durr, and that is all elections really are local. I mean, you went door to door and you met people, you talked about, kitchen table issues. It was really a common sense grassroots campaign. It was a wonderful thing. And people just said, you know what? I really like this guy. And he really relates to what I'm going through. And it was just a common sense grassroots type campaign. And if you think about it in many ways, I think the fact that the media really, much like for you, I'll relate Trump the first time in 2016, they all said, nah, there's no way Trump can win. Tee hee hee. So we'll have some fun with it. We'll get some ratings, but Hillary's going to win. And it wasn't until they realized, like, ruh-roh, then they realized, oh, he won? What? And I would say there's a similarity there that all of a sudden when they realize that, oh, wait a minute, people like this person and this person is relatable, and then they really go after you. And then that becomes a different game and it's a different animal. I don't know if you want to react to that, but that's how I will relate it to Trump.
I think you said it. I mean, other than the fact that I don't have the billions, I think that I don't BS people. I say it how it is. I might not be PC like President Trump isn't. That in itself, I'm sure when you read the book, that was one of my greatest honors is getting a personal phone call after winning my election, and then being called up on the stage when I was at Bedminster with him, and having him call me up on the stage. I don't know how you can equate that to anything. It's two of my greatest moments, and I'm a proud father, and I have 3 kids, and I got 5 grandkids, and I love all of them. But to have the experience with President Trump, and I mean, they never gave me any kind of credit, and they don't give President Trump any credit. They continually, and I know the meme goes around, Trump was right again. He is. He's always right. They attack him on so many levels, and I got to be honest. Sometimes I think he does some things just to troll them, just to get their goat. Like with the whole National Guard, he understands that the National Guard is only applicable to D.C. and it has to be certain avenues that have to be met to go into state. But he makes them put their foot in their mouth by saying, we don't want any fight against crime. What are you, an idiot? He actually gets them to say it. And he's a master at this. I mean, people should really study the man. He's a gifted man when it comes to politics. It's just a natural. He knows what he's doing. He always gets people to make the mistakes.
Yeah.
There's so many ways they could go about it and go along with him, and they continue to go and push back against him. And again, he's always on the right side of the issue. And
let's listen in.
People are going to learn.
Let's listen in. Dan has that clip of you being called on stage. This is Bedminster, New Jersey.
Can you help Ed the Senator, the truck driver?
I'll come up here.
The greatest election in American history.
Is a true conservative, backed by Trump. And there you are in your red tie. I congratulated him.
My wife called it my Trump suit.
I love it. What a great moment.
Because I had the red tie, the blue suit, like President Trump.
Well, yeah.
Said, oh, you're wearing your Trump suit.
You're like twins up there at the podium at Bedminster. He shakes your hand, looks you in the eye. What's that Trump handshake like, Ed? Is he,
that was like I said. When we got the phone call at home, my wife and I, we were like little kids. It's just because I asked the permission from him, and I put her on the phone. She got to speak to him. It's just an experience. I don't know how to explain it to somebody. I mean, when you get to meet somebody that's really admired, and just to have that, it feels so good.
And you can tell he likes you. He shakes your hand. He pulls you in close. He gives you the pat on the back. Did you expect all that?
Like I said, that if you listen to that video earlier, can you help the trucker Ed? That's my wife, because this was right after Mar-a-Lago raid. So he came to Bedminster, and you could tell he wasn't his normal jovial self, where he was really bombastic. So he kind of like said, after his short speech, he said, listen, I'm going to start taking questions from you guys. You ask me anything you want. And people started shouting things out. And that's when my wife shouted out and asked him, you know, because we knew that the primary was coming against my opponent. So she kind of like, let's kind of like stick it to her there. So,
and she was so excited.
My wife that actually did it.
It's so.
It's truly the fact that behind every good man is a great woman, and my wife is a great woman.
I love, and you celebrate her. It's so beautiful. You celebrate your children, your grandchildren in your book. I love the way you weave together your experience professionally, but your family, you know, with you and supporting you. It's The Drive: Lessons Learned by Senator Ed the Trucker Durr. And so as far as this goes, would you apply or be interested in, at any point, a job within the Trump administration? You mentioned Jack Ciattarelli. Or is this something
Department of Transportation probably needs to know.
Right? Or
it's funny you say that, Dan, because I have people say you would be an excellent commissioner for the Department of Transportation if Jack becomes governor, or if President Trump needed somebody, if Sean Duffy moved on or something. I'd absolutely love to have an opportunity to work for President Trump or for Jack.
So
absolutely.
Like, can you imagine a guy that spent his life on the roads?
Yeah.
Like, who knows the roads, the highways better than a trucker?
Yeah,
well, thank you very much, and we need somebody advocating for us, as you've seen recently in the news with the recent accidents that have been brought to light. But I've been seeing this for years with the illegal aliens driving, and it's one of the reasons why our wages are stagnated, because you got these people who hire illegal aliens and they just work for next to nothing, so it makes it impossible for legal drivers to get paid decent wages. So I would absolutely love to see more of a crackdown on this. And I think President Trump is doing an excellent job. And I know Jack will do a good job if he gets to become governor.
Well, Senator Ed Durr, Senator Ed the Trucker Durr is the author. The Drive: Lessons Learned is the book. What would you say as far as the swamp? Because in the end, much like with Trump, I'll just draw that analogy again, Ed, your own, both parties were going after you. In other words, Republicans and Democrats. Yeah. And we've seen this, as part of the so-called swamp. And man, the Jersey swamp is a deep one. Was there a surprise at some point, or did you go in eyes wide open? You knew what you were up against?
No, I actually have to be honest and say that I was very naive in the fact that I thought, okay, I'm a Republican, everybody's going to support me, and it doesn't work that way. It's a very you have to have a strong constitution about yourself, and luckily I do. But people are very vindictive and petty on both sides of the aisle. It's not one or the other.
Yeah.
And it's a shame, because if people would learn to work together, I think there would be a lot of great success. I love the new cabinet. I saw it in 2016 when President Trump hired a lot of swamp people. No wonder he couldn't get the things done that he's doing now, and that you see with the cabinet he has now. Everybody's bought into his message, into his policies, and they fully support him. And I think you guys talked about it. There's a lot of egos in that administration, but they all put that aside because they see the greater good.
Yeah.
And I think that you have to applaud President Trump for, because that's a man who saw talent and he uses it and he puts it in the right position, and he makes the people, elevates them. And you see it. I mean, the little press conferences he has in the morning and stuff like that, and he lets everybody speak and talk on their departments. The man is very I just love him like you. And people say, "Oh, well, that's bad. You shouldn't." But I think he's a great man, and I'm very proud that I got to vote for him 3 times.
Me too. Ed, until next time, we hope you come back frequently. And as we follow your journey on the road with Ed Durr, thank you so much for taking the time with us. And the book, by the way, The Drive, Lessons Learned. It's a great book, and I appreciate you personalized it and signed it for me.
I'm looking forward to getting a little review from you. I'd like to post it on my website, edthetrucker.com, by the way, if anybody wants to get a book, edthetrucker.com. But just real quick, no more pillow fights, Dan. I'm sorry. No.
Hey, Ed,
no more pillow fights.
I'm with you.
Producer's note, though, sincerely, thank you. You are a crucial part helping out prepping for the morning show. So, sincerely, you should be on payroll here, sir.
You know, I was going to say, this is how you explain it to Michael. Say, listen, what the Fight Club is an outlet. It's a release pressure valve for the everyday citizen who gets aggravated, frustrated, and we can't physically go and assault people. So when we see other people doing it, we kind of like live through their experience.
I love it.
I love it.
Maybe we capture them, play it next time for Mike. Yeah.
Ed Durr.
Love it, Ed. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Ed. Till next time.
All right, thank you. Have a good day, guys. Love you.
Oh, love you back. What a great he's a great guy. You know.
He is.
It's so you gave me an idea though, because maybe we should do with AI, you know, and Elon Musk always has all these. We should just create a fight. Who would you want to fight?
Ooh.
Because you could just do AI.
Oh, you know what?
Figures.
That's a fantastic idea.
Do you know what I mean? Why do we have to show? Because some of
Real
these
people,
fights are like real people, and you're like, oh, you know. But we could do our own AI and do like, I don't know, so we could have fun with it.
I don't know
like
how to do
Rosie
videos.
versus.
I've had a lot of fun with ChatGPT recently.
Yeah.
But I don't know videos.
You know, do some of the Grok stuff, or I don't know. I'll have to get, because my sons were involved yesterday. I was like, you guys, because Dan's like, it's like 10 o'clock at night. You're like, if anybody finds some Fight Club. So we're all looking for the fight.
Including Ed, I was texting with.
Yeah, including Ed. And then Michael. So Michael sent me a couple, but then you said you just used those last week.
Yep.
So
you said the chicken tender fight, which is
tenders.
hilarious. On the cruise line, Carnival Cruise, chicken tenders erupts into fight. And then the fight at the football game, the Jaguars versus, it was another fan. But yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they had some fun with that last week. But really, really good choices. And he's right on track.
Yes.
I just hate to say they've already been used.
Hey, we do have some breaking news that I'll get to. So I'll update you on all of the news locally, breaking news happening, some tragic news across the country. We'll get to that. So we'll get to all of it, but thanking you, Trucker Ed Durr, and get your thoughts, 855-839-1210. And I'm reporting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. So whether you're hitting the beach or maybe cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event. It's going on right now at my favorite all-time Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. Right now, it's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, an Accord. What about a CR-V? That's what my husband, Lair Bear, drives. I have the HERV, the HRV for me. They have unbeatable leases and low finance rates right now, but hurry in. These summer savings, they're not going to last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. Do this. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Your dream kitchen or bath starts with family. Ours. At Kitchen Magic, we're a second-generation, family-owned company with over 45 years of experience remodeling kitchens and baths. We proudly make our own cabinets in the USA, so we're tariff-proof and built to last. Right now, you can save up to 30% off cabinets through August. Choose the experts your neighbors trust. Kitchen Magic. Call or visit kitchenmagic.com to schedule your free consultation.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Hey there, cats and kittens. It's Brian from The Commercial Break, the mediocre comedy podcast where my best friend Chrissy and I attempt to make sense of the world. We talk about the absurd, the ridiculous, and the stuff no one asked for, like internet weirdos, pickup artists, and why everyone is obsessed with crystals and colonics. It's all gotta stop. The show is free, it's frequent, and it's probably not for everyone. You can go to tcbpodcast.com, subscribe at youtube.com/The Commercial Break, or check out the show wherever you listen to podcasts. We'll see you on the next Commercial Break, and best to you.
Make the most of seasonal sales and spending when you use your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard. Electronics, home goods, kitchen gadgets, and more. You'll earn cash back with every purchase. Earn 3% on essentials like gas, groceries, improvement stores, and pharmacies. 2% on travel, hotels, and dining. And 1% on everything else you purchase. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
You have breaking news. Calling it a tragic story. A shooter has been contained. First responders, law enforcement swarming an area surrounding a Catholic school and church in Minneapolis, Minnesota, after reports of an active shooter situation. And so the shooting has been reported at Annunciation Church and Catholic School in Minneapolis, with first responders swarming that entire area as we're awaiting another update. Many prayers locally there for the kids, for the teachers. First week of school, marred by what is being called and described as a horrific act. I don't have any further details. We're monitoring what's happening here. I know that their mayor, Jacob Fry, had had gone to the scene there. So if you want to go to that, Dan.
Yeah, youtube.com/@12WPHT. You'll see right now we're showing the video of the gentleman that runs in from the left is actually the mayor.
Are busy. It looks like Mayor Fry is here right now. I don't know if our shot's capturing that, but Mayor Fry is here. He has just ran inside the tape line there, so he's obviously here. Yeah. Mayor presence, and there are more people stopping by and trying to figure out what's going on. Neighbors, even. There's Mayor Fry running right now.
Yeah.
So you see, all levels of law enforcement, firefighters, apparatus. They've surrounded the school, and you have SWAT, you have local police. Looks like some state police as well there. I don't have the update on the reports of this. There were some there was a woman who ran out. She was seen crying.
Not connected directly to the school, but it is next to it, so we're not sure exactly what scene specifically we're looking at, but all indications is that it has to do with the school, because that's what Governor Walz, Mayor Fry have been specifically referencing in the very limited information that we have. We know that the shooter is dead. We do not have any confirmed reports yet on any victims, so we don't have, extent of injuries, how many people may be affected, anything like that to share with you officially yet. And as we all know all too well, as school shootings or any kind of mass shootings happen, a lot of information pours out in the beginning, even from officials sometimes who tell us X number of people have been shot or killed.
So it's your local station there. It's the Fox local station, the local affiliate. And you hear the anchor women there. They're on air talking about this. You see the yellow police tape. And like I say, the sheriff's office, local PD, all of these first responders there. Obviously, we hate to hear this. We had the two fake active shooter situations or fake threats, if you will, on Villanova's campus locally. And unfortunately, I will say this, that there are copycats, right? When the Villanova fake thing happened, I thought, oh no. And there was one yesterday that was adults at a school. Remember, we heard about that one that seemed more domestic in nature. But at this point, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz posted on social media acknowledging the reports of a possible shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. But we don't have the confirmation as far as exactly what are we looking at here. I don't see, for example, in any of the video or what's happening, I don't see a situation where we have ambulances or victims or patients being rushed away in ambulances. I don't see that. So in this one, you heard the anchor person saying that the shooter had been taken out, had been, quote unquote, contained or shot, something of that nature, with an active shooter situation and a report. But we know that they were panicked. There were tears. There were people who were running to safety. Start of the school year. We hate to hear this, obviously, but as far as an active shooter, that has been contained. So we know that much, and we'll continue to update you on this one. My heart just goes out as we think about a large Catholic school, the church next door. What in the world happened here? I don't have any details. I'm thankful that I don't have word here of victims. Do you see that anywhere, Dan? I don't have shooting victims being treated or word of patients or ambulances carrying somebody to the hospital. I'm looking at the latest here, and that's what I don't see.
The most recent report from the BBC reads, children seen leaving church. They had an update from CBS News.
See that.
They report seeing unharmed children leaving the church, but one just came in that as many as 20 have been injured. Sources tell CBS as many as 20 have been injured in the shooting, according to two federal law enforcement sources. Speaking to CBS, both sources say the shooting started about an hour ago. They described the shooter as a man dressed in all black and carrying a rifle. No other weapon has been mentioned at this stage, but the search is still underway. That's the most recent I see.
So reports of injuries, but we don't know the nature of those injuries. We don't have the condition updates, just the heavy police presence responding to a major incident with a breaking news situation with that shooter contained. So we'll continue to update you. This is Minneapolis, Minnesota. We did have hoaxes that are sick and should be, as we hear about that with Villanova, for example, those were hoaxes. But what's going on with the investigation to find out who called in or wrote in with the hoaxes? The reason I bring up locally these hoaxes is that unfortunately, and I can tell you from reporting on these over the years, there is a copycat influence that happens. Once you have the hoaxes, it's sort of encouraging in a weird, sick, psycho way to bring out some of these copycats to do the real thing. It emboldens them. I hate to say it, but it's true. And so in this case, we need to remind everybody that if somebody does this, whether it's a hoax, whether it's real, we need to make sure that the hoaxers are brought to justice and that the full weight of our criminal justice system is put against them, because by the nature of it, they encourage the real thing. Do you see what I'm saying? They not only disrupt what's happening, whether it's a hoax or whether it's the real thing, but they need to throw the book at the hoaxsters as well. We'll continue to update you as the nation prays for word that there are some injuries now, as many as 20 people injured inside this Catholic church and school with a shooter, the active shooter, taken down. I'm Dawn Senslin, reporting to you live on The Dawn Show. We'll continue right after this. At the top of the hour, we'll talk about cash bail, among the other issues, and localizing the story with our great Ben Manis, broadandliberty.com. Be right back.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during the national sales event, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the new 2025 Grand Highlander Hybrid and lease for $499 a month for 36 months. Or finance at 5.99% for 60 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So in Minneapolis, a local reporter on scene describing and talking to police about injuries, a school shooting. Apparently school began, as many Catholic schools do, with a morning mass with everybody. And let's pick it up here. This is a local affiliate, a reporter on the scene reporting from an active shooter situation.
Kind of a little side parking lot. Sure. A lot of people have been gathering there. A lot of people on the phone, potentially communicating with loved ones, family members about what's going on here, or perhaps getting details about their children who are at the school. We just don't know. We've been trying to talk to some of them in an on-camera interview, but understandably, people are very shaken up by this, absolutely. And so we as journalists have to be human first, and and sometimes people's private moment to grieve is more important than getting them on camera. But we are talking to
So
them,
as a news reporter, let me just tell her how to report. So just describe the scene. What you see here, some students coming out with what looks like a parent. You have 2 officers on scene at the front of the school. You see the school surrounded. They've set up their perimeters, which is what law enforcement do. You have the FBI. You have state police. You have local police. They've set up the perimeter. They've reported that they have contained the shooter, that the shooter is dead. We have reports of at least 20 students injured, but we don't have confirmation as to A, their condition update, or how they were injured. Sometimes when something like this happens and there's panic and fear, it could be potentially that there's a stampede situation. I would say I would hope for that. So we don't have all the details on what went down here when the school began with a school mass in the church and the school adjacent. I also don't have the information as to the ages of the children or those who were injured. Teachers, are there nuns, are there priests, are there students, who was the target? So we don't have that information. And then as well, you did have outside the perimeter there, and you see the children in their green school, polo shirt, their uniform, walking out with what looks like a parent, but then some parents or caregivers, grandparents showing up at the scene of the school. You see them turn their backs and they're crying. And so as you can imagine, they look like there's some of them praying. We hate to see this kind of a school shooting anytime, anywhere in the world, but in America at a Catholic school, no less. And what was the motivation? We also see levels of canine officers. They're obviously searching the perimeter, searching different areas within the school and outside the school. So was there some kind of a threat? Was there an email or some sort of a letter or manifesto? Or is this just their standard operating procedure? We know that oftentimes they have to clear the school. They want to know, did this individual have friends, have help, have an accomplice? I don't have any word of that, but the canines are searching, obviously, to make sure that there are no booby traps. no IEDs, no explosives, things of that nature. And so this, as we see firefighters going in, a bomb squad perhaps, because we see a unit and they're carrying some kind of apparatus. Are they trying to contain something? I'm just giving you what I'm seeing, the visuals, as now you see women holding the hands of children dressed in green. That looks like their school uniform, the green color. And so Annunciation School. And so you see women coming out, perhaps parents, grandparents, the panic, the fear, the relief by those individuals as they leave the school with a child who looks to be safe and uninjured, but we're hearing 20 injured. Right around the corner, and I know Ben Manis can actually, when we bring him in, he can talk to this as well, because Ben, having worked on the law enforcement side, but as well on the policy side, he can relate to, policies as we write safety policies for schools and children, but then as well thinking about protocols for law enforcement. We'll take a quick break and come back on the other side. Ben Manis will join me. Be right back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-342-1834. That's 800-342-1834.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The breaking news of the hour, making national news as people across the country are talking about and praying for what's happening inside Minneapolis, the city of Minneapolis. The school day began with prayer at 8:15 during a Catholic mass at a local school there. And police now say the gunman is, quote, contained. Word is that the gunman was taken out, is dead. And the headlines are unfortunate this morning because some of the headlines say after a mass shooting. I believe that what they're referring to is that the shooting happened during a church mass. That's what I'm hopeful for. But this is a South Minneapolis church, Annunciation Church. The church is right next to the Catholic school. So we see a lot of parents coming out. It looks like moms and dads rushing to the scene of the school, learning about this, and many of them holding hand in hand with school-age children that look to be anywhere from 8 to 12 years of age. Minneapolis Police Department confirming an active shooter apparently opened fire at a church on the city's south side of Minneapolis, saying the shooter has since been contained and no lingering threat to the public. We have reports that there are approximately 20 victims, but I don't have word of how those so-called victims, who they are. Are they children? Are they teachers? Are they nuns? We don't have that information, nor do we have their update as far as their condition update or how they were injured. Was anybody else shot? Was there a stampede of some sort? I don't have that information. Bomb squads, as I suspected, because I had told you there were canines, and it looks as if, as I'm just from having experience of unfortunately covering these over the years as a TV news reporter, but it looked to me like bomb squads were bringing in the apparatus that they would use to contain something like an IED or explosive device. And we're getting some kind of, I do see here that multiple sources are telling Care 11, they're locally in Minneapolis, that yes, bomb squads are working to disarm multiple improvised explosive devices, those IEDs, and then families of children at Annunciation School, they're urged to go to a reunification zone that was quickly set up nearby so that for the children who were unharmed, they can be reunited with their very worried family members as there's a frantic move by parents, guardians, grandparents to try to reunite, with their loved ones. We have the Minneapolis Mayor, Jacob Frey. You saw that he had posted that he's monitoring the reports of, quote, horrific violence. So it's either you can take this as we bring in Ben Manis. Ben, we can take this two ways. Ben, I don't see anybody being brought out to an ambulance. And that, as the moments go by, that is concerning to me personally, because if they're not bringing children out to the ambulance, you can take that in two different directions, and you know where I'm going with this, right? If they're not being brought out to an ambulance. So I'm just very prayerful, and I'm careful with my words.
Yeah, that's the key thing is we don't know anything yet. So don't get ahead of yourself. Don't get ahead of your skis.
Exactly.
Looking, first things first, I always go to the local affiliates. You already noted that you did too when something like this happens because they're first on the ground with the crew. You never want to, get deep into, and this, cuts against my own work as an expert witness, obviously, because all the news outlets rush to pundits to opine. But the truth is nobody knows anything until you actually get the whole report. So what they're reporting from the ground, from Minneapolis right now, is that there is 1 dead and 6 injured. That the suspect pulled up out front from a vehicle, stepped out with an AR-style rifle. I say that because it's a .223 caliber, and let off 30 rounds, which is one whole magazine worth of rounds, right? He was contained. If you're reporting this IED thing, part of that is obviously a sweep of the area unless he had it in his vehicle. But at least what I'm seeing here from the reports is he didn't make it into the site. He didn't go in and start picking people off close range. He sprayed out from the vehicle. Now, that might be wrong, but that's what's being reported in Minneapolis right now.
Yeah, and that's why, I'm jockeying between talking about the reporting, as you are too, Ben, the reporting, and then as well what we're not saying, because we don't want to speculate or ever do such a thing. And then this unfortunate headline that I keep seeing, mass shooting. I believe that the correction would be a shooting during a Catholic mass. Do you see what I'm saying? And so,
But you bring up a great point. Let's be very clear here. The media is often wrong on purpose when it comes to labeling things. If you have noticed, the words mass shooting have been used almost for every large shooting. So, again, they labeled that here in Philadelphia for that big shootout in West Philly, which was a gang shooting. It was a shootout. It wasn't a mass shooting. What mass shooting used to mean was active shooter, when a psychotic individual goes in and starts picking off unarmed innocent people at a mass rate. So, yes, this could be a shooting at a mass. But what I suspect is we have lazy reporting and lazy editing, and because every time someone sprays and prays nowadays, they're labeling it a mass shooting. The truth is there are nuances in all of this, and we need to control our words. By the way, same way, if you haven't noticed, all violence reported now is reported as quote-unquote gun violence.
Yes.
Because the narrative is the tool used in the attack and not the motive and or means of the attack, which is ironic because some of the most horrific mass, casualty incidents, especially if you look at a global level, have been either, explosive or knife-led. So, or vehicle, when they plow a vehicle.
And Ben, I'll let you know that both the CBS, the local CBS affiliate, as well as CNN, they're both of those, a network, and then the local, at least one local station reporting up to 20 victims in the shooting at the Catholic school there, that the gunman is dead. But again, I don't have the condition update of the victims. And to your point, the gunman pulling up outside the mass that was underway outside the church, which is adjacent to the school. We don't know who those 20 victims are and whether or not they survived. They could be survivor victims.
What entails a victim in this circumstance?
Right.
Is it someone who's hit by gunfire? Is it someone who's dead? Or is it someone who got hurt being trampled?
Yes.
We don't know yet. So let's again let the professionals on the ground with the Minneapolis Police Department do their job and report out.
And so we're waiting for some updates here as we, look at all of the video, and you see the kids in their uniforms who are coming out, being reunited with family members, an emotional scene out there. A lot of people just gathering to pray, and a big police presence, obviously, the federal level, the state level, the local level. We'll continue to monitor that. I don't know that we have any new information at this point. If there's any other point you want to make, I'll move on to the other topic that we planned on talking about, which is, speaking about cash bail. And Dan Borowski, as you know, is the best. So, Dan, if there's some new info or even a news conference, we'll get that. Thanks, Dan. Let's move on, if we could, Ben, then and talk about, because, you always have such great insight as somebody who's, you've been on both sides of this. You've worked at the law enforcement level, right? But then as well, you're a policy expert on this, and you testify and you help shape the policy. So as we think about what is the big deal with cash bail, and we saw across the country and here locally, but nationally too, we're talking about this. Why? Why does it matter that they tried to get rid of it? And here in Philadelphia, Ben, as you well know, this is something that D.A. Krasner has run on, has campaigned on, and has said, well, this is not fair and targets certain communities. And so can you just update us on where we are, how maybe we as a nation are evolving, post-pandemic, post-defund the police, and maybe communities have kind of realized that some of these ideas that were far left progressive don't serve a community too well.
Well, it just doesn't make common sense. So, the bail reform policies were part of really a bastardization of criminal justice reform. When the radicals came in, and it's not just folks like Larry Krasner, but if you look at New York's very sweeping bail reform law, which has just skyrocketed crime, especially in New York City, that state representatives, state assembly people, and Governor Hochul, and folks like Mayor De Blasio, who were responsible for that nonsense. Here in Philadelphia, Krasner has, he's really corrupted the bail system. So Pennsylvania hasn't passed a bail reform law, nor should they, right? Mm-hmm. But we just, we're talking about this because President Trump, passed this sweeping executive order on bail reform yesterday, basically ending cashless bail schemes, first in the District of Columbia because he has plenary power. He's the de facto governor of D.C. as the president of the United States.
Let's listen in. Let's hear the president. Dan has that clip, so let's go to it, and then you can react on the other side.
I want to make this friendly, but the places we're talking about happen to be virtually all Democrat-run. Now, take a look at your 25 places that are most troubled. Everyone, except maybe one, and it's way back in number 24 or 25, but essentially 25 out of 25 are run by Democrats, and cashless bail was a disaster. When they did that, and I believe it was instituted first in New York, but when they did cashless bail, that was a tragedy for this, because that's when it really started getting bad. When somebody kills somebody, you don't say you can come out, you don't have to put up anything. You put that person in jail and you find out whether or not it's true, but you don't give cashless bail with a promise to come back in a couple of months, we'll start talking to you, because they go out and they kill other people, and you can't do that. The cashless bail has been, it's just a woke thing. It's got to stop. You see that?
So just your reaction.
Right.
Yeah, your reaction to that, Ben Manis.
He's 100% right, and when you dig into the process, you realize that. So basically the left has argued that poor people of color, are stuck in jail waiting for a trial because they don't have the money for bail. But it's a chicken and the egg argument. The chicken and the egg argument is, why are they being held with no bail? Is it because they have a record? Is it because the crime that they're accused of is egregious in nature? Or, like President Trump alluded to, in these cities that are often, very fraught with crime, their procedures are terrible. So, if they simply reform the judicial process, the arrest to trial process in a lot of these cities, the way you've seen in places like Florida or Texas, people aren't languishing in jail for minor crimes because it's not taking years to get to trial from an arrest. They're handling these things in a matter of weeks and months. So, it's an issue right now where judicial discretion has been taken away because they're creating statutes that limit a judge, a jurist of extreme experience. They're taking these folks, educated guesses, educated discretion away. And I have a source that I talk to quite often, Jim O'Brien, who, if you remember the great legislator and Councilman Denny O'Brien, it's his brother, and he served as a magistrate here in Philadelphia. And he retired when Krasner's people took over because they would pervert the process by either asking for extremely high bail that would obviously get turned down, in the millions, or no bail. What used to happen was magistrates, judges, people like Pat Dugan, who'd be sitting on the bench, would look at someone's record, the crime they're charged for, and their ability, their surety of coming back, i.e., if you own property and you don't want to lose it, you have a job, you have roots in the community. These are things that all should be taken into account before you're allowed back on the street if you're accused of a crime. And the problem is people are just looking at race and or economic strata, and they're not looking at all these important facts. And when you just let people back on the street, like we've seen in New York, for example, they go out and commit another crime. And you've got people with 50, 100 crimes, either recent or pending on their record, committing crimes. And actually reported on about 3 or 4 months ago, I reported the individual who had an armed standoff in Bensalem, forcing the Bensalem police to shoot him. He was literally 6 weeks out from a felony conviction in Philadelphia, leading you to believe, why was this man on the street in the first place? So, if we're doing our job in the courts and the DAs are doing their job putting people through the courts, you don't have people committing this, offenses, recidivism, 4, 5, 6 times in a row when they should be at least serving a sentence for the first crime they were in for.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to me that, and earlier this morning we played the clips of DA Larry Krasner speaking about this, calling Trump a fascist, and so on and so forth, saying the homicide rate here in Philadelphia has gone down, which, okay, but is it acceptable at any level? I mean, the fact that, go ahead, Dan.
It's not down to the, sorry, Dan, go ahead.
No, I got the Krasner audio if you guys want that. Yeah.
Let's just hear this quick.
Well, my response is fascists will be fascists. I mean, let's talk about what's actually going on here. We have a guy convicted of 34 felonies who is claiming to be the voice of law enforcement. Somebody help me with that. we have a guy who, we all know was very close to Jeffrey Epstein, who ran a historically notorious pedophilic ring, and doesn't want to release information about that. And he's here to make us safe. Really? Is that how it works? Did he make us safe?
Well, did you ever make us safe? Did you, Larry Krasner, the DA,
okay.
did you ever make us safe?
So people in Philadelphia used to be street smart before they elected people like Larry Krasner. Unfortunately, youth, because they're staring at a phone all day, aren't street smart anymore. So let me teach you Street Smarts 101. If you go to someone with a pretty simple question, or you have an issue with someone, and they immediately shift to something completely out of their control, they're lying to you.
Yep.
They don't have an answer for your question.
It's a pivot.
Every time they go to Larry Krasner with why his city is out of control, or why he's got corruption scandals in his office, or why he doesn't pay his own taxes, he shifts to Donald J. Trump. Well, here's the fact. Pat Dugan and several other judges here in the Commonwealth have excoriated Larry for lying. They've excoriated Larry for having a conflict of interest and, freeing people he considers innocent who actually go out and commit new crimes right afterwards. This guy is lying to you. And he could, use the dog whistle of Trump all he wants. But here's the truth. Outside D.C., Trump is not the guy calling the plays. Larry is. And, Larry could say the murders are down all he wants. One, I've caught him cooking the books a few times if you've been reading my column. But two, it's still not anywhere near as low as it was before Larry took office. Ironically, during the Seth Williams administration, a guy who, ended up having his own legal issues. I hate to say it, but I'd much rather have Seth back in there now than Larry, warts and all. Because, this ideological shift has caused a permissiveness. People are willing, and this is the real sad nationwide, thing right now. And I get the political gain here. The political gain is, Trump actually has people defending crime.
Yeah.
That's
brilliant.
That's bizarre. He has his opponents will go out there and defend crime because they want to get Trump. But people need to, realize you don't have to like the guy to understand this policy. This isn't about Trump. This is about people not accepting 400, 300 plus murders a year in a city of 1.5 million. Or worse, in D.C. If you remember, I wrote about D.C.
Mm-hmm.
And, D.C. had 187 murders in a city of 61 square miles. That's obscene.
Yeah.
That is completely unacceptable. And, yeah, it was down from 270. Whoop-de-doo.
But think about what
Seattle,
Trump did, Ben Manis, when Trump, and that was the brilliant piece of this, that he said, you know what is acceptable in any city? 0 murders. And that's what he did. And you think about that. Everybody went, wow, there were no murders for 11 days.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
And I don't recall ever working 10 years in D.C., and I don't recall ever seeing that in my tenure there.
And so the symbol.
This is bizarre.
Yeah, it is. Hey, I'm up against a break, Ben Manis. Thank you so much, because we do have so much breaking news. So I apologize, but we'll always check back in with you. But I do want to catch this. There's a briefing coming out right now. President Trump, as far as the school shooting, he has been briefed. It looks like 15 to 20 injured in this Minneapolis school shooting. So I don't hear about student deaths or those attending that mass. Ben Manis will come, as always, we appreciate you. BroadandLiberty.com. Check out his latest work. This is The Dawn Show. We will be right back.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
We are locked into a comfortable weather pattern heading into the weekend. Plenty of sunshine today with a high temperature below average at 78. Another cool night tonight, becoming partly cloudy with a low 60 for the city, 50s out in the suburbs. A bit warmer on Thursday, but still very comfortable. Mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high near 80.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin.
Wait, is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Join us for prizes and surprises on Fan Appreciation Day, Sunday, September 28th at 3:05 when the Phils host the Twins. All fans receive a 2026 schedule magnet presented by Prego. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Sustainability is stylish. See for yourself when all fans receive a sustainable Phillies cap presented by PGW on Sunday, August 31st at 7:10 when the Phils host the Braves. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
Is your AC struggling this summer? Trying to put off replacement for another year? No need to wait. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning will install your new unit now, and you can pay later. Right now, qualified customers get 0% financing and no payments until 2027. That's right, no payments until 2027. As York certified comfort experts, they're the name you can trust. And your estimate? Absolutely free. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning today or visit cc-hvac.com.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, Hackborough. Tell your smart speaker to plug 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
The first day of school for so many of us across the nation just marks a time when you take the first week of school, taking pictures of the kids in their uniforms, going off to school, so much excitement with the school supplies, the new shoes, all of that. And we hate every time this happens, and unfortunately dread and brace for the copycats. We had a number of hoaxes across the country with reports of some kind of threats at schools, even at the college level. Villanova, 2 of them that happened last week. But now this is a real one in Minneapolis, Catholic school. We're hearing it may have happened during morning or just after morning drop-off. ABC News reporting 2 dead, and it would appear that one of those dead would be a self-inflicted gunshot with the active shooter contained. The person took their own life. That's the report that we're getting. Happened at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis, and no active threat to the community. But now we see parents, grandparents, caregivers swarming around the school, around the perimeter, a huge presence of first responders as canines now are searching for reportedly, and the bomb squad as well, for these IEDs or some kind of explosive devices. And I seeing just moments ago, many parents, as it is a Catholic school, praying, bowing their heads and praying outside the school. Ugh. You hate to see this. This is a private Catholic school, Annunciation, pre-K through 8th grade. That's the ages, those are the ages of the children who attend this Catholic school in the city of Minneapolis. Young children wearing their green uniforms, seen leaving hand in hand with worried-looking parents or grandparents as they were being led out of the school. Some of the reports, one local hospital says they are treating at least 5 children of the students of the school. I don't have injury reports. We're awaiting word on exactly, what is going on here. We don't have a motive, but we are being told, and the confirmation has come, that the school shooter is dead, took his own life. Thank you to State Senator Kim Ward, obviously the Senate President pro tempore. We had scheduled her to talk about our school situation, our budget situation locally with regard to SEPTA, and what we've been continuing the conversation. She has been so generous with her time, obviously explaining to us what's going on with the budget, explaining, that at least for Senate Republicans like her and lawmakers in Pennsylvania who don't want to raise your taxes to the tune of $2,000 per family as they try to hammer out a state budget, but as well try to figure the SEPTA situation out. And saying, hey, we've been saying for weeks, we don't want any panic or anything here in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. And so just trying to work that situation out with using a backup fund that has, by the way, a transit fund that has billions of dollars. So thank you, Senator Kim Ward, for being flexible with us. We had scheduled her for right now, but we believe that we're going to get an update. And I do have an update actually from President Donald J. Trump, the White House releasing a statement that they are praying for the children, for the educators and the community there in Minneapolis as they've been, just stricken by a school shooter situation. The president personally has been briefed. Is sad to hear that this is happening, but that they are fully briefed and awaiting the latest word. So we're standing by as well for a news conference there just outside the school as they're preparing. And we see a lot of apparatus, a lot of large vehicles being brought in as they prepare for this because this is now a crime scene. So you have investigators who are now looking into, it's a crime scene, but it's also the scene where they're trying to get the students surviving the situation out of the area, getting them the treatment. As we have a lot going on, it's an active scene.
For your timing update, what just happened is the person that usually gives the reporter information, the names, the websites, just came out, gave that. So they're running a couple minutes behind, but it does look like the show is getting on the road here, and we'll have some information here soon.
I want to, while we're waiting for that situation, because we're anxious, and I just ask you, please pray for them, for their comfort, for their condition, that that we don't know exactly what happened. I'm being very careful and sensitive to this. But locally, just to update you, we have a 14-year-old suburban schoolgirl. She was able to escape what's being described as a stranger danger while she was waiting for her school bus in Montgomery County. So I'll just take a moment to update that, and we're watching this, that police say that she was attacked, grabbed by some guy in his mid-30s, 6:30 in the morning, yesterday morning, as she waited, and this is Montgomery County. And so this 36-year-old guy grabs her. She gets away from the guy, and neighbors report that the girl was crying, that she was screaming for help and fighting the guy to get away from him. This is Upper Marion Township, Montgomery County. Happened 6:30 in the morning, yesterday morning, 14-year-old girl. And then somebody calls police. And so then she was able to describe this guy, and they did arrest a 36-year-old man not too far from her school bus stop, where she had said, that this guy tried to grab her. Was this an attempted abduction? What was the motive? We know he was charged with some kind of misdemeanor crime. Again, were they charging him yesterday with a misdemeanor to have enough to hold the guy and then figure out other more serious charges? Speculation, in the community. Well, why didn't they charge him with more? Also, people in the community asking the question, and this went viral locally, saying, hey, why aren't police releasing the name or a description or identity or citizenship status of this 36-year-old man? I'm asking the questions. I'm reporting to you what the community folks are saying. So we'll watch this very carefully. I will say they have in custody a 36-year-old suspect who was arrested, charged with harassment and disorderly conduct. That guy is awaiting a preliminary hearing and did not post the $5,000 bail. So presumably he was offered the bail but didn't post it. So we'll continue to watch that. We're awaiting a briefing. We'll use this opportunity to take a very quick break, and on the other side, get to more information, more that's happening. Dawn Stensland reporting to you. Our executive producer, Dan Borowski, will be right back. And let's talk about summertime as summer closes in, a change of season. My guys, Marvin E. Cans. So they're always doing a great job every season, making sure that our HVAC unit is running and our home is cool and efficient. And that's why I always have my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They're out to get our AC unit summer ready, and coming up, they'll be back to make sure that we're fall ready. But take my advice, get your AC unit serviced. If Marvin E. Cans, if they feel your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest, fair assessment, fair price. I can tell you that. And install a high-efficiency Trane, Trane, Trane unit. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Marvin E. Cans. I trust them. You can, marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Nevada. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The breaking news, President Trump, the White House putting out word there, praying for this community in Minneapolis. President Donald J. Trump putting out even on Truth Social, as well as the White House putting out word that President Trump has been fully briefed on this tragic shooting. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. And President Trump writing, please join me in praying for everyone involved. The Department of Homeland Security reporting they are monitoring the shooting. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem saying in a statement that she is praying for the victims of this heinous attack and their families. So the description by those who have been briefed as we wait for a briefing, and I'm always careful, Dawn Stensland reporting to you, executive producer Dan Borowski, but the fact that words like tragic, horrific, and that sort of thing, the wording by those who've been briefed at the White House and as well as the state level, the governor there and local officials is always concerning when they call it tragic. So we know that at least 5 children are being treated. They're in Minnesota hospitals after what's being reported as a school shooter or an attack, a target on a K through 5 or K through 8 Catholic church and school here in Minneapolis. So we're waiting word.
So as we wait on the news just came out that Hennepin Healthcare, where the victims were taken to, will be also holding a press conference just after the police with an update on the status of those who were shot today.
And so it appears that the school shooter, who was armed with some kind of a rifle, and there are a lot of different conflicting reports, but the school shooter is not any longer a threat, and it is likely, it appears, that person died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Just emotional images. If you're not joining us on YouTube this morning, the images that I'll describe to you are emotional. We're seeing parents hugging their crying children. Just a moment ago, a mom walked out with her son, looks like a middle school age kid, maybe a 6th grader, and he's sobbing in mom's arms, and then sees that there are police, and then there are different perimeters for obvious reasons, and media and lines of cameras. And so the boy sobbing in mom's arms looks up, sees the cameras, and turns away. He doesn't want to be seen. You know, it's just this personal moment being captured as mom is trying to comfort him. And then her phone rings. Presumably this is dad or maybe grandma or grandpa as they're calling, and she's saying, yes, he's okay. Oh, it just hits your heart.
Yeah, a lot of these images are tough, Dawn. It's a lot of parents kissing their children on the cheek, and a lot of children, and that's the most emotional part to me, is that these children, a lot of them just know, they're so innocent, have no idea what happened, and their parents are just kissing them and saying, thank God you're here. Yeah, it's tough.
And then as well, you see, different individuals, they're rushing up to the school. They're trying to be reunited because they have a reunification area. And so they hope to be reunited, but we're hearing again that there are some kids who were rushed, to area hospitals. And so that is that moment of the fear and the panic and the prayers, and we're hearing this of different relatives. There was one aunt who was she was rushing to the school. Her husband is a firefighter, so this is a close-knit community here, and this at Annunciation School. We don't have the motive. We know that, in fact, the bomb squad was called in. We have canines outside the school, the ATF, so we have law enforcement at the federal level, at the state level, at the local level, firefighters, and hugs and tears. But these kids coming out, to Dan's point, and you see some of the kids who must have, they witnessed something or they're terrified. Some of the kids just sobbing as they're reunited with mom or grandmom or granddad. You see different men holding the hand of a child, their son, their grandson, and images of, I saw one image of a Catholic priest as he was leaving and walking out of the school with his Bible in his hand, coming out. So just the scene of a wave of emotion, sometimes with relief, sometimes people gathering to pray outside the school. And then as well, some parents searching frantically for their child, people on the phone just trying to get word. And outside also, the microphones are set up. We were told that we would have the word at 11:30, but something has delayed that as they're getting briefed. Tearful moms, being interviewed. Where is my child? I can't find my child. I rushed to the school. I got word. I left work. And so the panic sets in for those who can't find their child, or they haven't been, reunited with their child. So please just say, as President Trump had urged, all the rest of us can do is pray for this community, pray for their comfort, pray for those responders, as these law enforcement, brave law enforcement officers rushing in as the bravery sets in, because they're going in and trying to contain what they've been told, some kind of explosive devices that may have been put inside. And so that's another, panic, as, you think about the wives and children and family members of those brave first responders who rushed into the schools to contain what they were told, explosive devices. And you think, what mindset, what evil, crazy mindset would do this at a Catholic church, at a school, at any place? But that's what we have here. So sources within the Minneapolis Catholic School and the law enforcement there, we're just awaiting official word, as we're being careful with what we're hearing. I don't want to give out any misinformation, disinformation, and unfortunately you see that all the time too. So that's why I'm qualifying my words. The report initially that we had was that as many as 20 were injured, and now I'm seeing 12 plus injured, but we don't know the level of those injured. So that's the latest outside of Minneapolis, as we see all the media gathering and the panic and the fear and the prayers of those parents. I know that as I'm talking to you, I'm praying at the same time that we don't have casualty reports of children.
You want to pop out? I hate to say, but we got sponsors. We got to knock out some, and they haven't come out yet, so maybe it might be beneficial to bump out with a minute or two of commercials real quick, Dawn.
All right. Do you want to take another break? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, we'll bump right back the second if they step to that podium. But
we want to stay on time, as it's an active scene, and we a moment to thank our brave first responders at every level, because they are putting themselves in harm's way as well. So a moment to pray for our first responders there in Minneapolis, at the state level, the federal level, the local level, and think about how brave they are as they come in to keep the children safe and the community safe as well. The educators, the nuns, the priests, the kids. So we'll take a quick break, and as the moment we know anything more, we'll come right back.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It looks like, as far as the Hennepin, it's Hennepin County, Minneapolis, but the Hennepin healthcare update that we were expecting will be at noon. So it looks like they've put off any kind of a news conference, I believe, until noon today. as President Donald J. Trump put out on Truth Social that he's been fully briefed. He's asking he's praising the FBI that they quickly responded, that they are on the scene of a school shooting and church shooting at Annunciation School and Church in Minneapolis. President Trump saying the White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved. And so please do so. Emotional images as people pray, as they comfort each other, comforting crying children as they're coming out of school. It's just the unthinkable thing. And as President Trump just yesterday talking about zero tolerance for shootings, for any kind of crime, and cracking down on crime, including these types of school shootings, which he faced and made promises about in his first administration. We've also been talking about that epic cabinet meeting that President Trump led through 3 hours, 17 minutes, longer than, I don't know, some of the longest Scorsese movies that we've ever seen, longer than The Godfather, which was less than 3 hours. But as far as this one goes with President Trump, just looking at protests and much more all throughout the U.S. of A., we're not going to allow these lunatics to rip apart America anymore, never giving it so much as a chance to breathe and be free. Soros and his group of psychopaths have caused great damage to our country. This includes his crazy West Coast friends. Be careful. We're watching you. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Wow. That is one of the strongest statements I think I've ever seen a sitting president say to a private citizen, and to say, be careful, we're watching you. Thank you for your attention to this matter is quite a strong statement from a sitting president of the United. I don't recall in my life seeing something like that against a private citizen and business person and their son, and talking about RICO. So we'll watch this one, and I don't know the basis for this. In other words, tying some of the violent protests to the Soros family. I don't have a basis for, is that something that the president is being briefed by, for example, FBI Director Kash Patel? And so I want to look into that and find out where's the sourcing on that. Obviously, the President of the United States has been briefed this morning on something perhaps that the feds or those at the FBI level are investigating. And so I'm watching that one. I want to put that one on your radar as well. Dan, they've begun this, or it looks like they've begun some interviews. Let's listen in. Or do you want
we're a little bit delayed there, Dawn. Here you go.
Okay.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them, love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, and all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIAN, O''H.
So you are listening to live coverage. This is Minneapolis. A tragedy has struck here.
Our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages. and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information you might have left behind?
So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah. How many children? There were. I don't have an exact. The question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them.
Other than the weapons, was the shooter a student, former student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did you leave anything behind other than the weapons?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this. Inside the parking lot here.
There was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep.
Is that correct?
So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least two doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire.
And on the outside?
On the outside, yes.
Shootings related.
The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found.
Right.
I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south?
The side that is closest to us here. On this
So you
side.
are listening to a live briefing by the Minneapolis Chief of Police. Just an unthinkable situation with a Minneapolis school shooting. Press conference that we're hearing for the first time, getting some of these details as President Donald J. Trump at the White House asking the nation to pray for this community. And we now learn that some coward killer opened fire, apparently barricaded the doors to the church, opening fire through the church windows, shooting and killing two young children who were inside in the pew as they were praying at the beginning of the school day, and critically injuring at least two other children. In total, 14 children are recovering after their injuries, 3 other adults, and we know that shooter, that coward killer, apparently taking his own life, as this was premeditated. He came heavily armed. And the question is, did he throw that smoke bomb in one side, barricade the door, thus maybe trying to encourage people to go toward the area where he was now opening fire through the church stained glass windows of Annunciation Church and School? This is a K through 8th private Catholic school as the nation prays for this community, the children recovering, the adults recovering. Tony, Bruno, Miss Robin, as we come together, and certainly we think of this community this morning here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, in our own community locally here. I can tell you that I know that Catholics here locally in churches, perhaps the one that you grew up in, Tony, Bruno, but many gathering here in our community in Philadelphia and across the nation, gathering in prayer, thinking of this community. What a painful time as we think of what should be a time of back to school and excitement in the air. And just our thoughts and prayers are with this community.
Listen, it doesn't matter whether you're Catholic, Jewish, whatever. You know, whenever something like this happens, and of course, the CNN brings on an expert saying that the gun that the kid, whatever he is, used fires multiple rounds at the same time. That's not what it's said. So when you have a guy on CNN who's your expert on on guns, not even realizing that a semi-automatic gun or rifle does not fire consecutive rounds if you just pull the trigger once. These are the kinds of numbskulls that are on the air
A semi-automatic
defending,
rifle,
telling
went
these
off for
people.
several minutes.
Right, and look, that's not uncommon as well. These things can shoot dozens of bullets, in just one trigger pull, right? And so what happens in this case is sometimes they have enough time to reload. It's one of the most horrific things for.
This is a CNN expert on guns. Oh, these things you just have to pull at one time and then
That's like
reload.
fully automatic.
Yeah, but fully automatic ones are. You have to doctor them. You have to buy one illegally. So nobody sells guns that are fully automatic. And by the way, the police chief, Dawn, just said in the news conference after that weasel mayor, Jacob Fry, was pretending to care. Listen, does he care? Probably. But this guy is the defund the police king of Minneapolis. His town burned to the ground during the George Floyd riots, where it all started. So spare me his nonsense. Like he cares. Does he care? Of course he does. He has to care. He's a human being. I'm assuming he has kids. I don't know that. But the bottom line is, when you have people immediately going to the false narrative, suspect is, and here's the other thing that I can guarantee, the longer it takes to find out who this suspect is, the more questions there will be than answers. And that's the problem, because you put up a sign that says, hate has no home here and gun-free zone in front of schools. Do you think mentally deranged criminals are shunned away from signs that say gun-free zone? Of course not. They're the easiest of targets. What's the easiest target? A school, a church?
Children, period.
Children. Where, and then there's the debate will now go on. Well, maybe we should have armed guards in schools and that whole thing. The question is control. The question is about insane people allowed to walk our streets and then do things like this, regardless of where the city is. But Minneapolis, by the way, I'm reading now that Minneapolis has had several crimes.
Yes. There was one
last
night.
And there weren't enough police to respond to two separate incidents where there was. So tell me about defunding the police, Tim Walz, as you trot around the Minnesota State Fair criticizing everybody else while your state and the great city of Minneapolis, St. Paul, goes to hell. It's sad what has happened to that great city. It really is. Robin and I were there for the Super Bowl. I've been to Minnesota. But what's happened in Minnesota is just an absolute disgrace. Once a great area, the land of 10,000 lakes, fun people. I'm not saying the people there are bad, because the people are nice. I'm saying the thugs in charge, the elected morons like Tim Walz and Jacob Fry, who had to actually go out there and of the guy who is the Muslim guy who wants to be the mayor, he basically said, oh, no, we can't allow this. Even though he's a socialist, and we love socialists here in Minnesota, we can't allow the Somalian to become the next mayor and kick me out of office. So that's how power hungry these people are, the politicians. The people just want to have their kids go to school at the opening of class, and then what? You have to have a school shot up on the first day in a church during a mass.
Well, and you wonder, I was trying to do the research prior to with this breaking news about, and it came up first with the shooting right outside a Catholic church. And the person, Dawn, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was not able to discover whether that person had been caught. The information from last night was that the person got away.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
okay,
that was. So I think this is the third incident, to your point, Miss Robin.
So you're wondering, is it the same person? Like, were all these attacks, or were they working together? There are just too many coincidences that this is targeting Catholic churches and schools.
Yes.
Hey, we got to pause for station identification and thank Dawn.
So 10 people shot, 3 dead in 24 hours. That's in Minnesota. So 2 more fatally shot today. And after a Minnesota mass shooting last night, 2 more shot this morning in a church, the Annunciation Church in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So that's what's going on. And now kids are going to school, and parents, I know a lot of places here in Philadelphia, of course, a lot of kids won't go back until after September, next weekend after Labor Day. But in many places here in Florida, kids go back to school in August. So depending on where we are, where you live, the problem is, it's kids are going back to school right now. And as a parent, you've got to be super duper extra vigilant in making sure your kids are okay.
Yeah, the headline at this hour, confirmation from the chief of police there in Minneapolis. 2 children, an 8-year-old child, a 10-year-old child, shot and killed through the church window as they were praying. I'm sitting in the pew praying in church. And then we have, a total of 20 shot, but we have 14 children, 3 adults recovering from their injuries in this targeted attack by a coward who then took his own life. Tony, Bruno, Robin, Miss Robin, in for Dom Giordano, continuing the live coverage, Tony and Robin.
Well, thank you, Don. It is the Dom Show on this Wednesday, which is Labor Day weekend, the extended cut. And rather than getting underway and having some fun and getting ready for Labor Day weekend, the final unofficial weekend of the summer, we have the tragedy going on in Minnesota today. People are talking about SEPTA. I heard Dawn and Mike Opelka filling in for Greg Stocker and, of course, Nick Cale this morning, talking about the whole SEPTA debacle and people blaming each other on who's at fault. People don't care who's at fault. Let me just say that about the SEPTA set. I've been saying this for I don't know how many years because I had a SEPTA pass. I took Amtrak every weekend for years to go to New York every weekend. So anybody who's going to come after me on the SEPTA situation and saying, you don't use public transit, nobody in Philadelphia media and no one in Philadelphia City Hall, whether it's the mayor, city council people, assistants, anybody who works for city government, 99.9% of them have never sat down on a subway or on a bus or train in Philadelphia. And even though there's this guy who calls himself the next Philly mayor standing up and talking about how we can fix the thing, they're not paying attention to him. He challenges city council people to get on SEPTA. Do you think they're listening to this kid? Listen, God bless him. If he wants to be the next Philly mayor, good luck to you. But the bottom line is the SEPTA situation is a political football. And until Josh Shapiro, the governor, who makes the budgets in the state, until he addresses this and instead of having people suffer, as now they're going back to school, now people still have to go to work even though it's Labor Day weekend. So we got that situation in Philadelphia. We got the church shooting in Minnesota. And I didn't want to come in here pissed off today. I'm in a good mood, Robin. It's a weekend. I mean, it's a long weekend. It's the longest Labor Day weekend ever. When it starts on a Wednesday.
Yes.
And that's the thing. And then, of course, it'll go to next Monday is actually Labor Day. So we'll see what's going on with SEPTA. We'll find out how long it takes to identify and try to figure out why this person, who's apparently a young guy dressed in black in his 20s, walked into a church or outside a church, threw a smoke bomb, apparently, to try to distract it, and then opened fire through a window at a Catholic church, the Annunciation Church in downtown Minneapolis, Minnesota. So those are the top stories right now. We got a lot of things to talk about today. The great Henry Machette. Big Dan, by the way, can finally go home and get 2 hours sleep before he returns tomorrow. Again, I guess Mike Opelka, right? And Dawn tomorrow morning for Kale and Company?
No, we got Sean Farish coming in tomorrow.
Is Henry there? Dan there?
I'm here too. Yeah, can you not hear me? Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. There we go.
Okay.
You couldn't hear us on that other channel.
Sean Farish tomorrow, not Opelka there, Tone.
Who's in tomorrow?
Sean Farish.
Oh, Sean Farish will be in, and Dawn will be back, right? So Nick Cale, and of course the great Greg Stocker, the boss, taking a long extended Labor Day weekend off, and we're in here filling in, and it's an honor to be here again. Miss Robin, Tony, Bruno, in the new studio for the. Does it sound better now? Because we did a little dry run last week, but we had to get Robin got all the insulation, and it's not complete, but it's a work in progress because there's still like 18,000 boxes here in our new home. But we're right on the water. We're going to have to set up a camera, Robin, to do a live shot outside.
Oh, yeah.
You know how they do it at all these, like,
yes.
ESPN shows the waterfront, Fox
we go
shows
in here.
downtown. Yeah, you have the one that shows 30th Street Station right there coming over the bridge, right?
We could have one outside.
We need to have a live camera, and then we can show fish jumping outside because, seeing traffic in Center City and seeing 30th Street Station and the Aramark building where the studios are in right there along the river, that's cool. You go to a break and you show some scenery. We're going to show some fish jumping, maybe some crabs outside. I got the crab pot out, because it's still summer. And thankfully, here in Southwest Florida, no hurricanes yet, knock on wood. And now the hurricane season, we're coming up to September. And people don't know this, that September 10th is the absolute zenith of hurricane season.
Right.
It starts June 1st and then through September. Not that there aren't hurricanes after September.
Or before or after. But
Right. But normally, but we've had hurricanes here late in the season. Last year we had a couple in October. So the good news is that there haven't been many hurricanes, even the ones that have been generated in the Atlantic Ocean and moved up the East Coast, where a lot of people from North Carolina all the way up to the Jersey Shore. You saw the winds and the aftermath of a hurricane which becomes a tropical depression and finally wears out. So we'll keep an eye on it. But, I don't ever root for a hurricane to hit places that I don't like, because there aren't many places I don't like. Now, there are people I don't like, but I don't wish hurricanes to hit them, unlike people who wish hurricanes to hit me because they disagree with me. That's the world we live in now, and you deal with it, and you just laugh at those morons. Anybody wishing harm on anybody else, especially over stupid political beliefs, they need to have their heads examined. And I don't think we have enough doctors or mental health facilities yet to be able to take care. There's obviously a tremendous amount of demand without the supply. You know what I'm saying? There's demand for mental health. We need more mental health professionals, people on the streets. Look at the SEPTA. Somebody posted a picture of one of the SEPTA steps going up this morning where somebody relieved themselves this morning at 13th Street.
Oh, boy.
Did you see that picture?
I didn't, no.
It's all over Twitter.
That can't be a great way to start the day.
No.
Well, I do know that when I would take SEPTA, because I took SEPTA all the time.
All the
time. It was so much easier than trying to find a parking spot. When you're walking down, you always would smell urine. Sometimes even worse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this has been going on for years. I blame men, but I know that women do it.
Although I blame women. I got to blame women now. It's not my style to point the finger at women. But will all of these major corporations stop hiring women-only marketing departments that make heinous decisions like the Cracker Barrel one? Do you realize that the Cracker Barrel marketing team or management team
all women
was 8 women, no men?
Yeah.
First of all, how many women go into Cracker Barrel or any other restaurant by themselves before they make a decision on destroying a company and then changing their minds a couple of days later?
Well, I don't think she changed her mind. I think that her mind was changed for her.
Like the people who own the stock and the people who run and work in the businesses, and they brought it back. Even Bud Light didn't cave that fast. And then Trump mentioned it yesterday, I guess, in his 3.5 hour long cabinet meeting. So anyway, we got a lot to talk about. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in Minnesota.
It's a lot to think about that.
Of course not. So we'll have is our buddy Jimmy Matthews ripping your show now?
Oh boy, is he?
Already? Wow, okay.
I haven't seen him in a while.
I know.
I don't know if it's Bryn Mawr Builders. Bryn Mawr Bender says, thank you, Robin.
But haters are going to hate, and they actually they're still watching.
No, he needs to get back to work. That's Jimmy Manelli.
Oh, okay.
That's not the Jimmy Matthews, who's a relative. Listen, you can disagree with what we say here. We just give our opinions. And when it comes to breaking news, we make sure we cover it. This story in Minnesota is the top story of the day worldwide, not just here in this country, with so many other things going on. So bottom line is this: we'll keep you up to date. 2 kids are dead in a school shooting at the Annunciation Church at Mass this morning in Minneapolis, downtown Minneapolis, Minnesota. And then there was another shooting last night. And so we'll keep an eye on that breaking news, which I hate having to do these stories, but you have to do them. You can't ignore stories of this magnitude, regardless of who's involved. When somebody goes into any building, church, any place that's especially soft targets, and how many times have we seen? This is what people do. The nutcases realize, I want to go out and do some harm. I wonder if there's he left anything behind. Apparently his car was there, so they're scouring that. So hopefully we find out sooner than later, before the CNNs of the world put on experts declaring that we got to confiscate guns from everybody.
But we do have a problem in the world, let alone in the United States, where Christians are seen, are portrayed as something that is not good. Mm-hmm. Like they need to be taken down. And I don't know what has happened with our world where suddenly religion has permeated our lives so much so that it's almost like tribal now. For a long time, religion was do your own thing. Whatever religion you are, we're happy to live all in one place. Remember the whole coexist thing?
Oh, yeah.
You know, those coexist. Now it's totally the opposite. We're being pitted against each other, and it's ugly and it's awful, and it results in oftentimes things like
we're already seeing it in Minnesota. Some Minnesota guy, let me see what his position is, probably a far left socialist guy in Minnesota, says, when are you and the GOP going to stand up to help Democrats do something about guns? He's responding to the Speaker of the House in Minnesota, Lisa DeMuth. Please join me in praying for the children at the Catholics, blah, blah, blah. And then, when are you going to do something? When are you going to do something, Brad? When you use secular talk, Kyle Kalinske show on Blue Sky? Imagine having a government that actually gives a bleep about you and trying to make your life better. So these are what these secular idiots, Kyle Kalinske, all these far-left lunatics who immediately start blaming the guns, blaming people who have the right to protect themselves. And that's the first thing they go to. That's the first thing they go to. Come and take our guns. Come and take my guns, okay? That's why I live in Florida. You're not coming to take my guns here. I don't have an arsenal. I have a couple of guns. I have a legal permit to carry, and I'm going to protect my family from wackos like you Minnesota socialist idiots. Absolute idiots. We're going to take a break. We're just getting started, though. We have open phone lines, 855-839-1210. That's the number, is it not? Yes, it is. We'll have updates on the SEPTA situation. We have the Taylor Swift story, which I'm already tired of. Listen, I'm glad they're getting married. Does that mean we'll see more of them? But there are some people who are acting ridiculous. And again, I don't care whether you like Taylor Swift or not. The bottom line is, if you're a member of the media, and did you see the people yesterday? We're going to play this. The great Henry Machette, or as we call him, Hank Machete, which I think is way more powerful. Hank Machette at the Wheels of Steel today, producing in the 1210 studios. We'll get to the whack jobs and how media people reacted to the stunning news yesterday that again, I don't care. Even Trump said, good for them. Good for them. I got more important things to worry about than the Kelseys and the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm worried about the Philadelphia Eagles, who open the season next week, next Thursday night against the Cowboys. So after we hope that the Phillies can escape New York with at least one stinking win against the dreaded Mets, we'll start focusing on the Eagles next week as football season nears. It's Tony Bruno and Miss Robin on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-334-1155 800-334-1155. Again, that's 800-334-1155.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Seniors and people with disabilities who rely on SEPTA are urging state lawmakers to fund the transit agency. A federal appeals court rules Pennsylvania must stop throwing out mail-in ballots with inaccurate dates on the return envelopes. And mayors of shore towns are asking for federal help to clean up beaches damaged by Hurricane Aaron.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Back here on a Wednesday. You can't tell what day of the week it is anymore. It feels like Friday today, doesn't it? Does it feel like Friday to you?
I've been a day ahead like all week. So yesterday I was literally thinking it was Wednesday, like, and people were talking to me like I'm crazy. Like I thought my roommate was out and about and he was at home, and I'm like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "What do you mean it's Tuesday?"
Yeah, that's what happens, especially with weekends, holiday weekends, and back in the day, Labor Day weekend was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and you got that Monday because Monday, Labor Day is always Monday, and this year Labor Day Monday is actually September 1st, and it's not necessarily that way every year. It's not locked in.
August itself has been the fastest month this entire year so far.
Absolutely.
I don't know what happened. It was just August 1st. We were talking about, because we were moving and we were supposed to be out of the condo July 31st. We had to extend that for a couple days because of stuff.
Yep.
And then we were here, and now all of a sudden it's the end of August. I'm like, wait. How did that happen?
Yeah, that's what happens. And especially, with families with kids, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of kids go back to school in August and something. Here in Florida, they're back in August, like in the middle of the month.
I know.
Right?
You would think that they would wait a little bit longer until after.
But then they get out earlier.
And then
But see, here, these schools are air conditioned.
That is true.
Because you can't send kids into a school in Florida in August without air conditioning. Now, Philly, of course, has issues with air conditioning in a lot of schools. But for the most part, kids don't go back in the middle of August. Now, college kids do. College campuses open up earlier. But like the local schools, the Catholic schools, even the public schools open up after Labor Day weekend. If that's still the case in Philadelphia.
Yeah, school started up this week because I've noticed a lot of kids walking by my apartment. So I think it's back in full swing right now.
All the schools, public and parochial.
I don't know. I can't say about parochial. I know because I went to a parochial school and we just went whatever the school district was doing. So if it was before Labor Day, we were going back before Labor Day.
Yeah, I remember that used to be the thing. Labor Day was the day. And then you get ready. What they do in Florida, which is really cool, in the month of August for back to school, Robin and I saw this. We were in the store the other day. The governor says no sales tax on things that you need in August.
Awesome.
It's a great idea, right?
Oh, yeah.
No sales tax like on kids' clothing, school stuff.
Clothing.
Batteries, by the way, because of hurricanes and bad weather.
You could possibly use for your kids. I mean, there's a lot of leeway there.
Essentials. So you go into a store and then you need batteries. Everybody always needs batteries. You buy them in August because there's no tax on them.
And this goes up to college as well. So like if you are buying sheets and stuff for your college kid, all tax free.
Exactly. And that's huge for a family, during these tough times. Bryn Mawr Builder says September 3rd for Philly parochial schools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the way it usually is.
How it
The
should be,
Catholic schools always go back, after Labor Day. And I guess that's a tradition that continues. Yeah, Alabama schools, a lot of different states, that's how they determine it. They let them out earlier here in Florida because it gets hot. And then they let them in earlier because this way they can get out earlier in the spring. So that's what they do. Each state is different. Every school district is different. You know where your kids are going. You know where your grandkids are going. So react accordingly. Meanwhile, we got other stuff going on. We coming up at 2:15. It's something I've never done on the Dom Show. The Money Melody.
Yeah.
Money Melody, after 2:15. And guess what the prize is today? And I love this prize. I would go to this every single year when I had my boat in Margate, New Jersey. I had my little boat over there. We knew the in-water boat show at the Atlantic City in-water boat show was coming up. And you take your boat and then you anchor it there. And now it's at the Golden Nugget Marina. It was Trump Marina before. If you go way, way back, it was the Atlantic City Marina.
I love going to boat shows. I always
especially the in-water ones.
And then you go around and you pretend you can afford everything.
Yeah, but things have changed though, Robin. They used to allow any deadbeat on boats. If you go to boat shows that are like in a convention center and there's those, but then they have the in-water ones in the fall to get people ready. As people get ready to take their boats out on the East Coast as it gets cold. But some people, fishermen and people up there, they don't take their boats out or close their pools on Labor Day weekend. We have a lot of friends, they open up their pools like on Memorial Day weekend and then close them after Labor Day.
Yeah.
What's the sense of having a pool only open for 3 months? And then they got people questioning me, why would you build a pool in Florida?
Because we can use it all year long.
Because you can use your pool all year long. Hello? This is the only place where, again, not the only place, but we're in a tropical climate. It gets chilly here in the winter. But you have to have a pool and you have to have a cage to keep the stinking bugs and lizards out.
The
You know what
bugs
I mean? Yeah.
But the bugs are nasty.
Yes, they are.
But
hey,
my ankles.
they were here
proof of
before us, Robin.
I know, but my ankles really got inundated the day that we took the U-Haul back.
Yeah.
I thought at first that it was the no-see-ums. I think it might have been chiggers because
Chiggers?
Yeah, I think I got attacked by chiggers because it was in a grassy area where we were returning the U-Haul, and oof, I still have scars on my ankles.
Yeah, they bite. You know, bugs are not your friend. Some of them are. Like we have a lot of dragonflies
and butterflies,
and they eat the bad insects. So there are insects that are good and there are insects that are bad. The ones that bite humans, especially those green head flies, and anybody who lives in the Philly, New Jersey, we got them down here too.
Oh yeah,
they don't let go. They're not just coming by to try to get a quick. They latch on, and you need a sawed-off shotgun to get it off. You'd rather blow your arm off than miss it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're painful.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than those bites. Trying to enjoy a beach day and then suddenly just slapping your ankle for no reason because you felt ugh.
Yeah, you got to put that stuff on. Now there's a lot of non-chemical ones now, which is good about the bug control sprays.
Yeah, Brentford Builders is chiming in saying, if you have a pool in PA, it should be open from May 1st to September 30th at the minimum.
Absolutely. That man knows his stuff. He's a builder. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, tax-free every day would be great, but very few places, for example, Florida has no income tax.
Right.
But it does have sales tax. So, and now our governor is talking about getting rid of property tax.
Man.
And you wonder why people are moving down here. I said, my buddy John, we got to get John Bolaris on before the week is over. So John Bolaris posted the other day, the former weatherman, in Philly, lived there a long time. Obviously not from Philly originally, but it was his adopted home. He did weather there. He just moved down to Palm Beach the other day.
Yeah.
We got to get him on the show.
Well, here specifically in Cape Coral,
which is on the west coast of Florida.
There are so many Philadelphians.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it is Philadelphia South, not South Philly. It's Philadelphia South because there are so many of us down here.
Whether it's cheesesteak places, pizza places, anywhere you go, there's Philly people here in Florida. And it's not just the snowbirds that come. There's people that own properties here, obviously, and then own houses at the Jersey Shore. A lot of people leave here in the summer because it gets too hot and humid, and then they go up and spend time at if you're rich enough or you have parents who left you a Jersey Shore home, which I never did. I never had a home in Jersey. My Jersey Shore summer home was my boat. I raised my kids on the boat in Margate. And that's where we went every weekend.
It
wasn't a big luxury yacht.
If you had a summer home in New Jersey, your ex-wife would have gotten that as well. So.
Well, yeah, exactly. No, she would have gotten it, but by then it was shot. It was sitting on. It was.
No, I'm saying if
it was sitting on rocks at a marina, and then when I finally went to go see it, somebody had gutted the whole thing. So they still. And this is before the copper craze, where everybody would go in and rip copper pipes out of your house and out of signs and out of lamp posts in Philadelphia to get copper. This is when you could afford copper. Copper's like that gold now. It's unbelievable. Anyway, 855-839-12. That's the number. We'll take some calls this afternoon. We got the Money Melody. So we play a song and you got to guess that tune or name that tune?
Yeah, essentially. I try to cook up something a little difficult to try and throw the listeners off, whether that's a cover artist or whether it's a familiar song sung in a different language. I try to stump the audience.
I got to mix it up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's not name that tune.
No, that'd be too easy. I mean, at its genesis, it was kind of name that tune, but as it's evolved over the years, yeah, it's definitely become a little niche.
Listen, I love Dom. We go way, way back. But Money Melody sounds like something that Ed Hurst did back in the 60s at the Steel Pier in Atlantic City, the late, great Ed Hurst.
Tony.
Money Melody?
Yeah.
Was Ken Garland, who's no longer with us, another guy who would use... Now, of course, you know what Melodies is, right? Is the cartoons. Merry Melodies, right?
Melodies, yeah.
Remember, dun, 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 and it would come up, and then Bugs Bunny would pop up and say,
Saturday morning.
Yeah, Merry Melodies. This is the Money Melody, which is better because there's no cash involved, but there's items that are worth cash. I mean, 4-pack of tickets to the Atlantic City Boat Show Next weekend, September 4th through the 7th at Golden Nugget Marina. See new boat models from all the major manufacturers. Buy $15 advance tickets at the AC Water Boat Show, inwaterboatshow.com. It's always a big event down the shore. By the way, I got to rip a Philly guy who lives here, and I hope I never run into this guy. I don't like to threaten people physically.
Can you do it when we come back?
Yeah, we got to take a break. I want to come back and call out the most despicable former Philadelphia crumb bum, and I'm wearing my crumb bum shirt today, Brian Krasenstein. I don't know if you follow these guys. They're two little dwarf brothers. They're not dwarfs, but they're like basically little 5'5".
They're very short.
They're a couple of guys who sound like munchkins. They do podcasts, and they have the voices of munchkins. They're convicted scam artists.
Tony, we'll keep it.
I know. I just want to go after them, especially today. You don't pull this stuff today, Brian Krasenstein. I will physically come over the bridge into Fort Myers and hunt you down. You keep this stuff, and he never gets suspended from X. This guy never gets suspended from X, and I don't want people banned from X. But what this guy says on there gets people banned for life.
Well, we will tell you.
I'm telling you, I've never been more angry at scumbag former Philadelphians. Jim Kenny's right up there on the list of guys that I despise and most people in Philadelphia never want to see him again, and they don't because he hides out in Florida and Maryland. We'll get to that next. We're just getting started. We're here until 3. Is Rich Zioli on today? Or does he mail in the rest of the week too?
I don't think he's on today. No, I think he's also on a little vacation.
It's an outrage. No, hey, listen, you work all summer, you get the holiday weekends off. I understand that. I used to get that too. We're coming right back. Dom Show, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams.
OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Transform your home this Labor Day with Bucks County Estate Traders Labor Day sale. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. When you visit, you'll be greeted by our experienced staff who are available to guide you through nearly 20,000 unique items in our massive climate-controlled showroom. Or navigate at your own pace using QR codes on every piece for instant details. Shop online with code LABOR25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Sale runs now through September 1st. Some exclusions apply.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
We are locked into a comfortable weather pattern heading into the weekend. Plenty of sunshine today with a high temperature below average at 78. Another cool night tonight, becoming partly cloudy with a low 60 for the city, 50s out in the suburbs. A bit warmer on Thursday, but still very comfortable. Mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high near 80.
D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT Wednesday, as our good friend Greg Stocker would say. Now, the story keeps developing. The school shooting in Minneapolis this morning. 2 children are dead. Some crazy psychopath. And now we're getting reports from some pretty reliable sources. These are not just people throwing stuff against the wall. Some people are actually posting pictures of the suspect. The person is dead. And Kyle Serafin, a former FBI agent, has not identified the person's name, but it's a 22-year-old biological male who posted a manifesto on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Out of respect for the investigation, the name is being withheld, but it's a dude with red hair, long red hair.
Around, so it's a male identified as a female.
Yep.
There are other people that are giving out the name now. Right. I don't know if I should mention it, although we share something in common. And there are videos of him, her, with a gun that has written on it to kill Donald Trump. And it's written on the gun itself.
This whack job, mentally deranged trans activist. And the sad reality is, just go back and look at the rash of shootings, public shootings, committed by transgender people.
Correct.
I don't want to condemn an entire group of people who want to identify however they want. If they want to cut off their wieners or cut off their breasts and identify, go right ahead. It's your life. You want to dismember yourself for the rest of your life. God bless you.
But this does prove
that there's some
mental disorder.
This is a mental disorder.
And it can manifest even more so than just the gender dysphoria. It can actually cause a lot of different issues. And we've seen this now. The Denver shooter identified as trans, the Aberdeen shooter identified as trans, the Nashville shooter identified as trans, the Philadelphia shooter also identified as trans. I mean, there is a problem and we are not addressing it.
Exactly. Now I want to rip the scumbag mayor of Minnesota, This is the creepy-looking little putsy kid, another little twerp who just overturned an election because the socialist Somalian guy was not going to take his job away. So he gets up in front of the mic and slams people praying for the victims of the Catholic school kids who were ambushed in their own church during Mass this morning. Listen to this strapper. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They were literally praying. So that means because they were literally praying in a church, a deranged trans psycho is really concerned about killing them. What kind of logic is that? These kids were literally praying. Yeah, Jacob, they were literally praying. And one of your psychopathic friends went out there and shot up a church. And then there's Amy Klobuchar, another one of those Minnesota lightweights, along with the prancing former vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, who speaks every day about violence and about hurting people and going after the Trump. They're the most violent. You talk about people speaking about hurting someone they disagree with. Tim Walz is number one. He's out there traipsing around. And then you got Amy Klobuchar. Listen what she had to say after this mass shooting. By the way, the second mass shooting in Minnesota in less than 12 hours. Oh, okay. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. Explain that sentiment to me, Robert.
You know,
what's not enough? Putting signs up in front of soft targets like schools and saying, no guns allowed. You know what's not enough? Allowing very, very mentally deranged people out on our streets when we, in many cases, know what their motives were once they go out and commit a heinous act and then cowardly kill themselves. How about just killing yourself first and not putting anybody else in grief? How about that? If you're a mentally deranged person, whether you're trans, straight, whatever your race, religion, color, creed is, I don't care. If you want to kill yourself, but don't go out and take innocent lives as part of your evil plan. How about that? And the fact that these people can get guns when they're obviously mentally disturbed, right? And is it easy to get guns? Well, you can't buy them at a gun show easily. We proved that. You can't. If you can go into a gun show, which Robin and I did 2 years ago here in Florida, And there are knives, guns, machine guns, everything all over the place. And guess what doesn't happen? Where there's no metal detectors, there's no armed guards at the door. Like, if you go to a Dave & Buster's where there's some problems on Friday nights, there's always armed security there because the likelihood of people. So that's why they have metal detectors in a lot of these places where problems could happen. But they don't have metal detectors at gun shows because they know people that go into gun shows are not going in there to shoot the place up. You would think with all the guns around, but we'll talk more about that because this topic angers me. Listen, I don't think criminals should have guns, but criminals don't care whether you think they should have guns. They find a way to get them. And if you could stop that, call in and tell me how you're going to stop criminals from getting guns, altering them, and then killing innocent people. The first person that can do that should be king of the world. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin. It's Wednesday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for the Make This the Summer event. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4XE for only $349 a month for 36 months. Or check out a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited and lease for only $399 a month for 36 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Forget the beach, forget the pool, forget the barbecue. Close out summer the smart way by saving up to $10,000 off any new Hyundai in stock. Only at Colonial Hyundai this weekend during the Colonial Hyundai annual Labor Day sales event. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Labor Day Monday. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Plus, that's not all. You can save big with 0% financing on any new Hyundai, Tucson, Santa Fe, or Palisade. And save big! The Car Czar John Ashdale will give you the most for your trade. $6,500 no matter the condition. Guaranteed! The only thing working overtime this weekend are the savings at Colonial Hyundai. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. A 10-year, 100,000 miles powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. Run to Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downingtown. Or shop online at ColonialHyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Inside vehicles only, tax and tax additional. See dealer for full details.
Change your shore life at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1 million Shore Match drawing. Earn entries now through August to be one of 2,000 winners to play Shore Match and win up to $1 million cash and prizes, including a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus. Grand prize drawing August 30th. Change your shore life during the $1 million Shore Match drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allergies to cats don't come from their hair. It's a protein called FeLD1 in their saliva. Cleaning helps, but that alone isn't enough. enough. Pacogen's cat allergen reducing supplement neutralizes allergens at the source. Its whisker block proteins bind FeLD1 inside your cat's mouth before it ever makes you sneeze. Plus, it supports gut and immune health for lasting relief. Control allergies with confidence. Add Pacogen to your cat's food daily. Pacogen.com. PACAGEN.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
It is Dom time without Dom. Well, we'll have some Dom Perignon later on, maybe. Maybe Friday afternoon when we officially launch the Labor Day weekend, the sort of unofficial. And although I know in the Philly area and even here in Florida, it's cooled off a little bit. So are we getting a early fall preview now? Because I saw people at sporting events with jackets on, college football games this weekend, starting to cool off. The leaves aren't changing up north yet, are they?
No, not quite. Today was the first day I walked outside and was like, oh, boy. Yeah, there's a little chill in the air.
But you didn't have to put like a parka on or anything, right?
No, I'm still wearing a T-shirt.
But it's nice. It's nice. It's, you know, did you go out and buy all your, what's the stuff that they sell this year that I hate?
The pumpkin stuff?
Pumpkin spice everything.
Gosh, no.
Do you realize there's no such thing as pumpkin spice? You realize that? It's made up.
I think I've heard
First of all, pumpkin, if you cut open a pumpkin and you take out the guts and the seeds and stuff, and, you know, you save the seeds and you dry them and you can make pumpkin seeds. Then you can go to a baseball game and spit them out and you give them to your kids. Pumpkin has no flavor. So that's why they invented.
It does, but it's not what pumpkin spice tastes
No,
like.
pumpkin spice is to make pumpkin taste like something other than pumpkin, right?
Yes, pumpkin tastes like squash.
It is squash.
It's a squash.
Now, the update on the story now is this is developing quickly because the killer of the two school children in Minnesota has now been identified and self-identified, actually, because there was an 11-minute video. We're not going to show it, but an 11-minute video posted by the psychotic school shooter in Minnesota, posted it 2 hours ago on a YouTube channel named Robin W. It shows a manifesto and an arsenal of guns with writing on them. And one of the magazines had "Kill Donald Trump" written on it.
Right.
Other ones were like, "Where's your God?" So this is another psychotic, mentally disturbed. He posted a video 4 years ago on YouTube. It's interesting. If we put something on YouTube during one of these shows, they'll pull it down instantly, right?
That's
on YouTube.
what I'm worried about. That's what we were talking about over the break.
But my point is, this clown, this dead trans psychopath, posted a YouTube channel 4 years ago, a 20-minute video flipping through a manifesto, and nobody at YouTube thought twice about a psycho redheaded dude who thinks he's a woman who killed 2 kids today? Nobody thought about that?
I mean, the sad thing is that somebody should have said something, and this person should have been institutionalized.
Absolutely.
They should have had, there should have been red flags everywhere to prevent this person from being able to get a gun. Or guns multiple. Like, there's so many things that should have happened, and it's not being happened. I I mean, what this person did was horrific.
It was beyond horrific. He has a video describing what he wanted to do.
Yes, but at the same time, these people are not getting the help. Like, this person was sick.
There has to be somebody in even these deranged people's lives, somebody somewhere that knows that he's got magazine clips of AR-15s and other guns, not high capacity, they're regular clips, but on each clip, he has sayings of things, and he reads it on his manifesto, and just like that, YouTube is now taking it down. How about that, YouTube? You want to ban anybody for playing 10 seconds of a song, but you left this deranged, transgender nut job a video up for 4 years saying what he wanted to do, and you just take it down once it's revealed. Who works at you? Who the hell is the person who was running Cracker Barrel running YouTube now?
Now, can I just say, so I'm going to bring this back to one of the people that you wanted to berate earlier.
Yeah, I'll get to him. Because this is breaking news. I want to get into that. We know who the killer is.
Yes.
Okay. Because normally, they hide this stuff.
Right.
But this clown made it impossible to hide because he had video of his magazine saying, kill Donald Trump, rip and tear, anti-America, anti-Christianity, anti a lot of things. And
it's people like Brian Krasenstein who push these people further and further into their delusions. Let me read what Brian Krasenstein.
Now, for those who don't know, Brian Krasenstein and his evil dwarf brother, who sound like the Munchkins in real life, they have a YouTube channel.
Yes, and they are major influencers.
Yeah, they're influencers who make a lot of money. They have no job.
No.
They have no lives. They just said they're like 4 foot tall weasels who, by the way, have been convicted of swindling people in real estate deals here in Southwest Florida, and they're still on the internet every day trying to get more. What they do is they try to bait people into acknowledging them, even if people yell at them.
What we're doing right now.
But there's a difference. They never are held accountable. They're never held accountable. And listen, I've been banned from Twitter before for a year.
But that was
but doesn't matter.
That was because you were pro-Trump. And
it had nothing to do with Trump.
Yeah.
No, it didn't. It had me talking. I was banned back in the All Lives Matter era. Remember?
Right. And then,
when I said all lives matter when people were saying Black Lives Matter, the fact that this guy and his creepy brother, and again, I don't want them arrested. I want them shamed. And I'm going to put this off right now because I know where he lives. And this little creep and his little dwarf brother.
He's not worth that, but I want
to. No, it is. I want to call him out. I actually wrote on this page. I said, why don't we meet this weekend? Why don't you come out of your little compound? He lives in a gated community, so he's afraid. He's hiding in there with his little brother, who, by the way, were producing porn sites, kiddie porn sites for people. So they're allowing kids to watch porn as they make money on that, peddling kiddie porn. They swindle people out of real estate transactions. These are proven. It's in the record. Go look them up. The Krasenstein brothers, the fact that they're not in jail, forget about being on Twitter. That's how they make their money. They have no lives.
And the sad
I don't
thing
even
is,
know what their kids, I don't even know if they have. I don't even know if they have
Philly,
wives.
right?
They're originally from Philly. So these scumbags moved down here, bought into a compound where they're safe from the police showing up, because the FBI actually went to their house one day when they said something really crazy, and they didn't answer the door. They were hiding behind their little gated wall. Hey, Brian
But let me read
and
you-
Eddie, hey, buddies, why don't we meet this week? I'm not threatening violence. Why don't we sit down? I'm 6 feet tall. You're 4'11". I'll give you a high chair. How about if I bring a high chair from Cracker Barrel or one of those rockers? Because I know where you live. I know where you live, punks. And I want to have an interview. I want to interview you face to face. I'm not threatening you. I'm not going to bring a gun. I'm not going to identify as a trans guy. Although you guys could identify as Munchkins, I think you guys are actually descendants of the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild people, those actors, had more talent than you two scumbags will ever have if you work every day of your life sucking up
Tony, may I just
Yes.
really quickly interrupt you and tell the people why you were triggered by them this morning so that they have a clue. So Brian Krasenstein, after the Minneapolis shooting, this is what he wrote.
Yep.
Praying is the problem here, not the solution. People use prayer instead of action. If prayer worked, a house of prayer wouldn't have just experienced this tragedy.
Really, Brian? What about the white kid who went up to the church in Pittsburgh and shot up that?
Yeah.
Remember that? He shot up that synagogue.
Yeah.
You feel the same way about that guy? Anybody who kills people in a house of worship, regardless whether you're Jewish or anywhere, they are all scumbags. And guess what? All of these people kill themselves afterwards because they're cowards like you. You and your brother are cowards, and you're punks. And the fact that you go on and put yourself on camera when you sound like a boy before his balls drop. I got to play some of the video of these guys. These guys are absolutely.
Tony, we should not give them any more.
No, I want to rip them, and I want to meet them, and I want to, as Frank Rizzo would say, I want to fight you. Do we have any Frank Rizzo drops in there? You're a crumb creep coward. You and your brother.
I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
You're a lush. I don't know if you're a lush. You probably can't handle a drink because your body weight's like 100 pounds. You probably can't even bench press 50 pounds.
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
Absolutely right, Your Honor. You're a crumb creep coward. Bum.
You're a coward.
Yeah, exactly. Give me some more Frank Rizzo. I need some Frank Rizzo on this Wednesday.
You're a creep. You're a crumb creep lush coward. I'm telling you, get away from me.
That's right. No, I want you to get near me, Brian and Eddie. Let's meet this weekend. How about I'll take this all on, as Frank Rizzo wants to say. You guys want to come here? You got 5 other guys around you?
I could take them on. They are. It's weird though when somebody's that short and they don't have they're proportionately correct. They're just really short. So you can't really call them a dwarf or a little. What do you call somebody that's
Munchkins?
Munchkins.
2 children are dead, and they're praying in pews. And this sick POS, Brian Krasenstein, Philly scumbag. Even Philly wouldn't take this guy back, and they take anybody back. All right, I got that off my chest.
Yes. I am efforting, Tony Bruno. When we come back, I'm hoping to have it set up so that we can actually have some calm on this show, and I'm going to put another camera outside.
Yeah, I want to get some zen.
Yes.
I want to put the music outside.
Zen.
Put the speakers on outside.
Because we have too much anger and tragedy happening this morning.
The last couple of days. And Minnesota. Let's be honest. Trans psychopaths have been committing most of these mass murders. These people are mentally, and I'm not saying anybody who identifies as whatever, but there seems to be a rash of these people who are so mentally deranged that they actually proudly put on YouTube what they want to do. And then 3 years later, they carry it out before YouTube takes it down. So explain to me, YouTube, why you're so overzealous about somebody playing a record for more than 10 seconds, but somebody who leaves a manifesto up calling for the murder, not just of the president of the United States, but also for Christians and other people that they disagree with. These people are allowed to stay on YouTube for 4 years. Explain that. That's why I canceled my YouTube TV. I'm not paying you a dime for your football or any of that other crap. Screw yourself, YouTube TV, and screw you too, YouTube. How many U's could I get in there at one time? So we know it's Robin Westman, Robin. Now, with somebody named Robin, you have to disassociate yourself from that name.
It's a little disappointing that this person chose that name as their female name.
And they spelled it just like you did, Robin.
I know. I know. It's disappointing, I have to say.
We're going to take another break here, right?
Yes, we are.
Are we up against it? I got 5 clocks, and I don't know which one I'm looking at.
And I want to remind people to hit the likes, the thumbs up, like the show everywhere. So
Exactly. And by the way, Jen Psaki, that piece of garbage, this is what she writes now. When kids are getting shot in their pews at a Catholic school mass and your crime plan is to have National Guard put mulch down around D.C., maybe rethink your strategy. Hey, Fire Crotch, you were the lying circle back broad that somehow got a job at MSNBC himping up Joe Biden, who you knew was mentally incompetent. So now she's saying that kids getting shot in a pew in a Catholic school, they knew that because we knew that was going to happen in, oh, by the way, Minnesota, where your vice presidential candidate, Jenny, where he was out there calling for people to be taken down and all this other stuff. Sit your ass down and go back to your MSDOA. You are an absolute all of these people are showing who they are. All of these left-wing lapdogs. Like Jen Psaki, piece of human excrement. These people are mentally ill, Robin.
Yes, they are.
And it angers me.
And we are going to talk more about that when we come
All right, I got to calm down.
Yes.
Now. I got to calm down. We're coming right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Insults that are used towards bald people, some of which I've never heard and some I absolutely love, including coconut bounce, eggshell, cue ball, light bulb, and slaphead. I love slaphead.
Yeah.
Slaphead is a totally underrated word in this country.
That's what I'm going to start calling the show.
Slaphead and Company.
Or Caillou.
Yeah, exactly. Cue ball and co. That's what we should call this show.
Oh, yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's a beautiful Wednesday, depending on where you are. We got some cloud cover here, but Robin has set up a camera here in our beautiful brand new studios, which is one of our bedrooms, which we converted into a studio. But I don't know if you can see it right now. That is the spreader canal here. And if you look way over, you can't really see it, but there's water behind us. We've got fish jumping.
It's fuzzy.
It's a little fuzzy, maybe because the windows are dirty because we don't have any clean water yet. It still has a lot of salt in it.
I think it's because of the way I have my camera set up.
All right, well, we'll go live shots. By the way, if you're just joining us, we now know who the killer of the Catholic school kids. By the way, they're also saying he may have been involved in the other shooting last night at the other school where Catholic kids were.
Which I was.
That hasn't been confirmed yet, but the suspect who killed himself like cowards do, Robert Paul Westman, born June 17th, 2002, requested a name change as a minor in 2019 to Robin Westman. So he went from Robert to Robin, and it was granted in 2020. Let's see, what state was this? In Minnesota. Minnesota. Hey, how's it going over there, Governor Walls? How's it go? By the way, did you see the attorney, the attorney general, the other chick who wears shirts that say protect trans kids?
So, I mean,
listen, I want trans kids protected.
Yes.
But that's not what they mean.
Right.
They want more kids to be able to make the decision as young people to have their bodies completely mutilated and never change back if they regret. It's not like a tattoo where you can get it removed.
Here is what has been going on in Western civilization, unfortunately, with the quote unquote tolerance. We have because our hearts are full, we want to be able to help them. We want them to be happy. And this goes through the same for people who use drugs. We're like, we need to allow them, we need to accept them, we need to instead of criminalizing it, which it shouldn't be criminalized, utilizing drugs or having gender dysphoria and thinking that you are a boy or a girl when you're not, there's a mental issue. And instead of dealing with a mental issue, we are just sort of making it easier for them to go through life doing what they mentally disturbed want to do. And we shouldn't be allowing it. It is not helping anyone. It is not helping people that are on drugs to keep allowing them to do drugs. It is not helping people who have gender dysphoria and have mental issues to keep allowing them to do that. It's the same reason like if somebody is an anorexic, we don't allow them to continue doing this even though they have this body dysphoria. We need to help them rather than allow them to continue to kill
We're
themselves.
empowering them.
Yes.
Again, listen, if they want to do it to their bodies, go right ahead. But then when you have somebody in their life has to know that these people are sitting in their rooms with multiple heavy artillery weapons, AR-15s, and they're writing things to people that they hate. And Jack Pozzo, I'm not a fan of, he's a Philly guy too. They hate God for creating them. So they target God's perfect creations, his children. This is what these deranged lunatics who hate God do. And he, whatever he is, he's gone. That's the best thing, sadly. The fact that people like this are no longer in our society.
The narrative is that you were in the wrong body. So that ipso facto, it must be God's fault that you are in the wrong body. Right? I mean, that's in the mentally deranged world. And it's being reinforced continuously rather than getting somebody help. Now, do I believe that there are people that could be perfectly happy as an adult to change.
Yeah, I know. When I grew up with one, I grew up with one in the 60s.
So I do think that there is something to that, but having this sort of carte blanche, willy-nilly, allowing everybody to do it, most people, it is very rare that somebody is truly, truly trans, where they are happier in another body. I think it's probably closer to 95, 96% of the time. It means that there are some other mental issues that are happening with that person. And if those mental issues were fixed or taken care of, that they would no longer feel the need to have this body change.
Yeah, again, it's become now like the cool, it's like celebrities. Celebrities have all you notice how many celebrities, instead of having like that handbag or the little dog that they would put in, now their claim to fame is they have trans kids.
Yeah.
And again, when you live in that show business world, while everybody puts their eyes on you, it's almost like these parents are proud of having trans kids. And again, if they are, God bless them. They got a lot of money. They can get them help if they need them.
Well, it gives them, I mean, it's like street cred, right? Like I think that anybody that says that they are so open and they love their children so much that they are okay with whatever happens and they're going to love them no matter. Yes, you want to be able to do that. So that's like the penultimate of showing that they are open-minded and love their children without any kind of hesitation is if you have a trans kid and you're fine with it.
And now my heart breaks, blah, 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 blah. But the people that bug me the most are the ones who are saying thoughts and prayers don't matter right now. Really? No, if you're an atheist, they don't. And again, I don't care what your religion is. I don't care if you're an atheist. But the one thing that is absolutely uncertain, transgenderism is a mental illness.
Yes.
And it needs to be treated as such. This isn't just one, it used to be, that crazy white guy that we all suspected who was a creep. We knew he was going to do this. This person knew they were going to do this. They wanted to do this. They advertised they were going to do it. And somehow nobody else in their life realized this?
Because what they claimed they wanted to do is not seen as something horrific. Like what they wanted to, assassinate the president of the United States. They wanted to do stating that is no longer seen like it's normalized.
But this wasn't just Trump hate. This person hated kids. They hated God. They hated anything that stands for something that their warped mind has to go against.
No, and it's really sad that and here's the thing that people don't take into consideration. Science. Let's talk about science for a second.
No, this is not a science show. It's math, rather. We're not doing any science or math today. I'm sorry.
Just really quick. If trans were an actual physiological, scientific thing that was happening, you would see a growth happening worldwide. Like if this were something that was happening in nature and that humans naturally were starting to progress and do this, you would see this happening in every single country and every single environment, everywhere.
And the fact that politicians still think that kids should be able to have gender affirming care. You know what gender affirming care is? You look down and you see whether you're a boy or girl. That's gender affirming. No kid knows what gender affirming. Everybody knows what their gender is. You either have a penis or a vagina. And when kids look down at the youngest of ages, they know that as soon as they look down there. And by the way, it's not just the anti-Trump stuff. A lot of people are anti-Trump. The manifesto has other messages on their guns, his guns. Israel must fall. Burn Israel. 6 million wasn't enough. Burn Hayas, originally a Jewish resettlement organization. So this person hated everything. Jews, Trump, children, God. And he was allowed to exist in this mental warp zone, and nobody knew it.
It's very, very sad.
Oof.
It's time for another break.
855-839-1210. Again,
I know.
Again, I don't enjoy talking about stuff like this. I can. I mean, I was on the air during 9/11. So if you don't go when you're on the air on 9/11 and you ignore it to talk sports, then you're not doing your job. Even though this wasn't in Philadelphia, this is happening everywhere. And the fact that the state of Minnesota has now become this mecca of mentally disturbed people, from the government to the mayor of Minneapolis, to the attorney general, who has, is just about trans kids, protect trans kids.
Well, it's a warped sense of compassion. They feel like they're being compassionate to people when in actuality they are hurting people.
Yeah, again, get them help. It's like people on the streets, if they have families, a lot of these people don't even know their kids are on the streets. A lot of these kids just leave and move to San Francisco and sleep on the streets, and then they're given drugs and empowered to stay on the street. There's video of what's going on in San Francisco. By the way, the mayor there, Daniel Lurie, the latest guy in charge of San Francisco, probably got a phone call from Nancy Pelosi yesterday, because as Trump has been saying he wants to go in and clean up this town and that town and other towns, Nancy Pelosi called her nephew, Gavin Newsom, who's too busy running for president instead of governing as fires burn all over California again. She probably called Daniel Lurie, the mayor of San Francisco, said, hey, that's my city. Clean it up a little bit. So guess what they did last night? Not the National Guard. They sent out people to sweep the streets in the bad neighborhoods where people are living in tents all over the place for one day to make it look good. Well, see, we're cleaning up our streets now. And then the next day, it'll all be trashed again, and people will be living in tents and pooping on the street. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin. It's a Wednesday. We're in for Dom. We also have it coming up in the next hour. What's it called again?
Money Melody.
Yeah. Money Melody. I know her, I think. I met her once at the...
I think she's up on the main stage every now and then.
It's on the main stage at Cheerleaders back in the day. We're coming right back. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This was viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries.
Yeah,
before.
French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house, they transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area, they are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Wednesday, August 27th, final week of summer, basically, but summer doesn't stop on September 1st, depending on where you live. Kids are going back to school, and got tragedy going on in Minnesota where a whack job shoots up a school, and the manifesto, the guy hated pretty much everything. Jews, Christians, Trump, pretty much everybody. And then all the politicians grandstanding are the ones that get me. The same people who think that 5-year-old kids should be able to make a decision involving whether or not they want to be a boy or a girl.
You know, I mean, the sad thing about the whole trans movement is that it also has, it's trying to erase homosexuality. Because rather than a little kid being told, hey, maybe you're gay and that's okay, and growing up and being fine with that, they're being told, no, you're not gay. You're just in the wrong body and you have to do all these things that are going to affect you permanently for the rest of your life. When in actuality, I mean, maybe they're bi, maybe they're gay, maybe they're lesbian, maybe they're just curious for a little while. And then when they reach puberty, they realize, you know what, I'm actually okay with everything that I got. So, you know, this is not a good movement. This is a bad movement. And we are going to be feeling the repercussions of this for years and years and years to come, because these kids who have been mutilated are going to grow up and have tons of issues.
Exactly. Anyway,
I want to really quick give a shout out to Joey B on the YouTube channel, saying Tony and Robin, the new Regis and Kathy Lee of the airwaves, they need a full-time everyday job. Hello from Fort Collins, Colorado.
Fort Collins, Colorado. Hello.
And by the way, they're saying that we look thin and svelte. We have both lost weight.
Yes.
Yes.
Mine was health related, but hey, I didn't have to take any of the injections.
Mine was stress and moving related.
Hey, whatever works, right?
Hey, yeah.
Exactly.
I don't recommend either one of these diets, but they did work.
Hey, whatever works.
Now, we have you, Henry, you did a wonderful job giving us all these wonderful stories, and the tragedy in Minneapolis has kind of hijacked that. But we have all sorts of other stuff going on in the rest of the world and in the United States and in Philadelphia that we would love to talk about.
Exactly. Well, the SEPTA situation, I know a lot of people are talking about what's going to happen. We've already seen people, the Phillies obviously are in New York, but people are going to work, going to school, and nobody knows what's going on. It's just one side blaming the other side. I don't care who writes the checks. The governor in a budget. There's got to be money to prevent SEPTA and Amtrak from shutting down.
And doesn't this seem like when all of a sudden the budget is being talked about, the budget is talked about being cut, and all of a sudden all these things go wrong? There's,
look at the trash strike we had just a couple of weeks ago in Philadelphia.
But doesn't it seem like but my point is that it seems really convenient that the highways are being, without it actually have any work being done, suddenly there's a couple lanes that are shut down.
Yeah.
And there's septic buses that are in the yard for repairs. Like, all of these things are suddenly happening when the budget is being discussed.
Exactly, because these cities give the leverage to the unions. And listen, I'm a union guy, so I'm not anti-union, but anytime there's a union that has a contract coming up, well, public utilities union, whether it's transportation, whether it's trash removal, they get the leverage. Because either the mayor or the governor or whoever or the legislature in Harrisburg that has to appropriate this money, they can't come up with an answer. And so who gets punished? The people who rely on public transportation to get to work, to get to school, to live. They're the ones. And then what they do is they set up these cabals. The Democrats are doing, oh no, it's the Republicans. Oh no, this guy's bad. No, that guy's bad. And nothing gets done. We can't use electric buses because they're all rotting away in a yard somewhere. When SEPTA got duped into buying all those electric buses years ago. Remember those? We need to have electric buses. They're rotting away. Even the scrap guys don't want to go in there and strip those things apart. So that's what's going on. We also have the Merry. See, I'm not going to be able to say this.
No.
I'm not going to be able to say Money Melody. I'm thinking of Merry Melodies. Just look it up. The cartoons. Weren't they the Bugs Bunny cartoons called Merry Melodies?
Merry Melodies.
Yeah, I got Andrew singing along in here because he knows it.
Yeah. Can we play just a little clip?
All right, hold on.
And then at the very end, they
Speaking
play
of Looney Tunes, yes. By the way, I haven't shaved. I haven't cleaned. I took a shower today in salt water, but that's because our water system's messed up.
we have a water disaster happening at the new house.
No, the water runs. It just tastes like sulfur and salt.
We're on well water up here. We have a septic. We're on well water. We're not on city water. And
by the way, the city water in Cape Coral sucks too. One thing I'll say about Philadelphia and New York, despite being big cities, their drinking water is pretty good. And that's why they make the best pizza and bagels up there.
Compared to down here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, New York City water, when you think of all the people pooping and that water all being recycled and everything else, same thing with Philly. You think of the Schuylkill River and the Delaware River, but luckily big cities, have good water.
They kind of got it figured out. They got it figured out. Well, here, I mean, you would think that it would be better, but we're just not on city water yet. This is
but the city water sucks too. And then the worst part is you go to a restaurant here and you would think, okay, we know the regular tap water sucks. You would think any restaurant is going to say, hey, would you like a glass of water? When they come out, they bring out water and it tastes like crap. Get a stinking filter. How hard is it for a restaurant to have a filter so that your water doesn't taste like sulfur? Come on, people.
You gotta walk in the fridge. You got a Brita.
Yeah, well,
exactly.
here's the problem that we have. We thought we were going to be environmentally conscious because the water is running out in aquifers down here.
Right.
And we need more desalination plants, et cetera, et cetera. So we were going to get a regular filtration system, heavy-duty filtration system to do it. Well, it turns out that our well has so much salt and so much sulfur that a normal filtration, even a very, 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 very heavy duty filtration system does not work. We actually do have to go with a full house reverse osmosis, more money. But so, I mean, it's going in next week. But in the meantime, we have our water tastes like salt. I mean, so salty, like
not a good salty.
Yeah.
Like I go in the ocean, or I go into the Gulf of America.
It's ocean water salt
Yeah.
coming out of our tap. And because there's so much sulfur, it smells like rotten eggs whenever you turn on the water. So we've been showering in that smell. It's lovely.
Oh, does that even work then? Like,
it does. No, I mean,
then.
Sulfur, thank God, is a gas. So it's only, so as soon as the salt water, is not horrific for your skin, or I mean, it kind of dries you out. But yeah, we're very much looking forward to having really good water next week.
Yeah, I would be too.
Yeah.
Well, we buy gallon water. We buy bottled water.
Well, you do what you got to do, right?
Exactly. I mean, the water to wash your hands and stuff, but when you have, like, we have all new appliances, so our water in our refrigerator, we can't even use it because the ice cubes taste crappy.
Oh my
so we had to turn that, and it's brand new. I don't want crappy water sitting in my pipes.
So much salt
Make me gag.
in the water that the ice cubes didn't even form properly.
Exactly.
That's how much salt is in there.
Now, if we could find a way to take those salty ice cubes and sell them as like a margarita starter kit. You get the ice cubes, they got a lot of salt in it, and then you rub it around the rim when you're making a margarita.
Now, David in South Carolina is chiming in on the YouTube chat saying, I'm a hydrogeologist. Are you on a well?
Yes, on a well.
Yes, we are on a well.
Wow.
We are on a well.
Yeah, and that's where the sulfur comes from because, and our well, by the way, they used to dig wells like 100 feet here back in the day.
Yeah.
Before there were a gazillion people moving to Florida in this area. And then some parts have city water, but it's not going to get up into our neighborhood. And by the way, I'd much rather be on city water than a well and septic, because that's like 20 grand right there just to dig a well and put a septic tank in. And then you can filter city water, which we did when we lived in the South Cape, because that was city water. And then you just put a regular filter on it and it tastes great. And it's less filling.
But we have
You know
to
what I'm
do the whole shebang. So we have to have, this is so out of the well, it's going to go into this big tank and filtration.
And they slap it up and they flip it and they rub it down. Yeah.
People have like reverse osmosis underneath their sink. Just imagine that little tiny thing. We're now going to have it for the entire house.
Exactly right.
Lovely.
Exactly.
More money. That is why
So if
we are
you're
still
going to
working.
contribute to our water fund,
Yes, please do.
We're opening up donations in the YouTube chat.
Yes,
Go
we're going to
fund
call
me.
it Bruno's desalination plant. I like that.
Exactly.
JB.
Cape Coral has one of the biggest desalination plants in the world.
Did not know that.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. Well, there's so much water. I mean, everything's built on canals here, and some of the canals are
Here,
brackish
actually,
water.
Let me. I'm going to change so that I think this is a little bit clearer than it was.
Can you see the
before.
picture now?
Oh yeah.
See, that's our.
That's brackish water. So it's part salt, part fresh water, but mostly salt. You know what I mean? So there's fish out there. No gators though, because gators don't like salt water.
Salt water.
They like fresh water.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Crocodiles like salt water.
But we're too far up for that. But we see manatee out here. We see sea otters. We see
sharks.
You guys get a lot more ocean life that
Yes.
compared to freshwater.
Well, yeah, because right behind
With
our
the
house,
saltwater and
there's
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, right behind our house, if you can see it, there's nothing but mangroves, but that goes on for miles. And then on the other side of it is the barrier island, which protects us. So we get hit by hurricanes, that's going to stop a hurricane from giving us a direct hit. But we get high winds. But the good thing is, there's what is it? What's the island all the way on? Not Pine Island. What's the island all the way? Not Sanibel. They're not directly across us on the other side of the mangroves, Robin.
Yeah, Pine Island is.
Pine Island, and then there's Boca Grande.
Oh, Boca Grande is a little bit
north of us. So anyway, that's what's happening. But it's beautiful here. It's nice at night.
Manglemush saying bull sharks like brackish water. Yes.
Yeah,
they do.
bull sharks
There's
are
a lot-
everywhere, and I'm not bull sharking you.
Yeah, there's a lot of bull sharks
And
everywhere.
they're nasty.
I think
There's no pythons out there, except when I get out and start lifting
I
some
think
curls, doing some curls.
guarantee that anywhere where you are, where it's not freshwater, there will be bull sharks.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Now, people are giving us water tips. We've had all kinds of water experts come in here.
The last couple days, especially.
When you test our water, you get the salt content, the TDS, not Trump derangement syndrome. Do you know what TDS when it comes to water? Because everybody who hears TDS, it's Trump derangement syndrome. TDS actually means, what is it, Robin?
Total dissolved solid.
Total dissolved solids. And I'm not talking about poop. I'm just talking about in well water before you drink it or use it for anything. Total dissolved solids. 5,000 plus. When you put a meter on it, if it's over 5,000.
The meters go to 5,000 and
then it
ours
says
went over.
fills.
So we were over.
So we're going to get the new system. We had an Aquasana system in here, and they were great with us. The problem is their filters do not deal with sulfur. No, sulfur.
Salt. No, they did. It was too.
They did not have a sulfur filter, Robin.
Correct.
And they did a good job, but they told us they cannot put
And the aqua. I just want anybody else
not
out there.
an Aquasana. They did a good job, but then they didn't know just how bad our water was because they're all over the country. You understand?
And David in South Carolina, no, we cannot shock the well because the well, it's not a traditional well. This
It's
is
like
actually
260 feet down.
260 feet down, and it goes down into an aquifer. So
Right.
we share the aquifer with everybody in our neighborhood. So we can't just, put anything down there.
Yeah, next hurricane, we need Jim Cantori to be outside the house.
Yes.
The water's deep, though. It's not that shallow.
No.
Jim can't walk, like Anderson Cooper from CNN can't show up here and pretend he's standing in water as somebody goes by in a canoe, like he's in deep water and then somebody goes by in a canoe on the street. You know what I mean? But anyway, we're live. Is it sounding good, though, in the studio? People on YouTube, on the chat? Does it sound good now, better?
Oh, I thought so. Yeah.
Now, the only problem I think that a couple of people have complained about is that whenever we're playing video, like back in the studio, for whatever reason, the people on YouTube can't hear it.
Yeah, so that's by design. So when I play audio off the computer I'm on,
Right.
I will not feed over the YouTube for copyright reasons. But any videos we play will go over the YouTube feed cleanly.
Gotcha. So if it's an audio only because of the copyright issue, then nobody can hear it on the YouTube.
Correct.
I got to go to Al, fiery
it's
but
video,
mostly
then they can.
peaceful, one of my followers, who said, "This is the dumbest radio program I've ever heard. No one gives a crap about Florida. This isn't a Florida show. We're talking about Philly. Is Minnesota part of Florida? Is transsexual mass murderers part of Florida? Come on, man."
Well, I would love to talk about because we were
If
talking.
anybody has an update on the SEPTA situation, we talked about that earlier. We got to find, I don't think we can post a picture, though. There's a picture of somebody who took a dump on one of the 13th Street subway stops today in Philadelphia.
Oh, man. A lot of things I'd like to show on the feed, but just can't.
You can't do it, right.
Whether it's
Did you know-
magazines or if it's someone defecating at the train station.
Exactly.
And we have callers, so
We have called.
Yes,
we should go to the lines.
We got one, yeah.
Who do we have on the line right
Frank
now?
in South Philly, our good friend.
Hey, yo, Frank. Frank in South Philly. What's going on down there, man? You ready for the SEPTAs? Now I know SEPTA's not on strike, but they've ratcheted back serve. What's going on now?
Can you hear me?
Is the C bus still running on Broad Street? No, that's old school. You got to be old school to remember the C bus
Can
on
you
Broad
hear me,
Street.
Tony?
Loud and clear, Frank.
Hey, Tony, I'm watering down my Veterans Memorial that I have here, but here's what I wanted to say. First, I want to give my condolences to the family that's suffering over there where they had the tragic shooting over there in Minneapolis over there.
Yeah,
And,
it was a shooting that should never have happened.
Correct. And also, I want to send out a message to all the governors and all the mayors that have this type of situation over there. Why wouldn't you want help from the federal government in order to stop all this crime? He might have been whatever, mentally disturbed or whatever the case might be. But on Facebook or any other Google or anything else, if we play something like that, we'd be locked up. In
Exactly. If we play more than 10 seconds of a song, we get taken off to YouTube. But this whack job who slaughtered kids and posted it on YouTube with like an hour of all the people he wanted dead. He wanted Jews dead. He wanted Catholics dead.
Tomatoes. Hey. Hello?
I'm
Are
here.
you
I'm
on
still
there?
listening to you. But you got to blame the
Okay.
people in Minnesota. Minnesota used to be one of the most, it's still beautiful physically. I mean, it didn't change. I mean, it's still an amazing part of the country. But when you got Wes Walls, who said, some of my friends are school shooters, and you got this whack job attorney general who wears a shirt with a knife on it, protect trans kids, these people only care about fringe. And again, if you want to change your sex, go right ahead. But don't force people to take this kid did it when he was underage. He went out and changed his name legally from Robert to Robin, and then went out to go after, wanted to kill not just Trump, Jews, Christians, kids. This person was so mentally disturbed. The fact that he was allowed to even go on YouTube for an hour is beyond human comprehension.
Tom, one more thing I'd like to express. The people that do this kind of crime, we call massive crimes, massive murders, they get life imprisonment. Well, what does a victim get? What does a family get? They get nothing.
They get to lose their kids, and they lose their children because of these whack jobs.
The guy that turned around and went and killed 17 kids down here in Florida.
Yep.
He got life imprisonment. What does that? They should have capital punishment for those.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
What we call in my birth country of Italy, senseless crime, and that doesn't happen too often over there in Italy, where I was born in. They should capital punishment, bring them in prison,
Absolutely.
and see what happens in there.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree
Tom,
with you.
When you come up to South Philly over here, I gotta get together with you.
Absolutely.
We made the gravy, 1,200 pounds of tomatoes last weekend over here.
Oh, see, he still calls it gravy, Robin. I'm not going to get into the gravy versus sauce discussion.
What do you mean, Tom? What do you mean? I still call it gravy?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about all these Medigons who don't know that it's gravy and not sauce. That's what I'm talking about.
They say it's sauce. You know what I mean? Next year, I'm going to invite everybody from Radio 1210 to do a demonstration of what gravy's made.
I've done it. I've done shows with Lorraine Rinaldi. I have the book Gravy Wars. I've been fighting the gravy war since back in the Korean days. Since back in Vietnam days, the gravy war started.
Tony taught me.
If you get a pizza, it's pizza sauce, correct?
Exactly right.
Okay, so that's sauce. That's no problem. There's a difference between gravy and sauce. The difference
You're absolutely right. You understand. You're real Italian like me. You're not some of these Bobo Italians who pretend they're Italian, but won't ever know and never will.
Right.
You're a great Italian.
When you're doing sauce, Tony, is that the seeds, the skin. The only thing that's taken out of the tomato is the green. The green part of the tomato. That's the only thing that's taken out. That's when you're making sauce. When you're making gravy, the seeds and the skin is eliminated from there.
Exactly right. You know your stuff, man. Come on, man. Come on. We're on the same wavelength.
Well, I make everything here, Tony. You got to.
Now you're making me hungry.
Come down here, Tony.
I'm gonna come. I'm coming up. We're coming up.
Don Giordano was in my canteen, and also his wife, Ro. So if you want to make contact with me, call the boss of W1210 over there.
I don't know who's boss. He's on vacation. He's not caring. He's not carrying right now. He's out on the shore somewhere. No, I know. I'm just kidding.
His wife brought him down here to my house. We were making gravy last weekend.
Beautiful, man.
Hey, Tom, always a pleasure talking to you. No, no sauce, gravy. I don't even know how to spell sauce. I don't even know how to spell sauce.
Sauce you're making, sauce.
The only sauce I know is the late, great Jerry Blathard, who was the boss with the big hot sauce. That's what
correct.
I'm talking about.
Jerry Blathard, my friend also.
My friend for many years. Exactly. All right, Frank, you have a good one, man. Be safe out there. Be careful.
Oh, one more thing, Tony. To desalt, you got all the salt water down here, Tony. You got salt water. If you caught in the Navy, they desalt water to bring it on the ships when they're out in the ocean.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
I got my crab pot out. I'm pulling up 7-foot blue claws, man. Like crazy, man. I got my pot out. In fact, in the next break, I may go out and pull up the pot live to show people how many crabs I got in the crab pot. That's what I'm talking about, man. Then you put the crab in the gravy, and then you got crab macaroni. You got crab. Is there anything better than crab gravy, Robin?
No, matter of fact, we got October 4th for my VFW that I belong to in Glendora, New Jersey. We're doing a spaghetti and crab night.
All right, now you make me hungry, and I got to go. They're yelling at me. I'm trying to make some sauce here, but some gravy or scents or whatever we're making. We got more coming up in the 2 o'clock hour. Guess what's coming up, Robin? Money Melody. Yes, I said it right. You can win tickets to the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show. That's all still ahead right here. The Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Kia of CherryHill.com is home to the best Kia inventory in the Philadelphia area. Kia of CherryHill.com is a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles, which come with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Selling your car? We want it. And we'll pay top dollar at Kia of CherryHill.com. Bad credit? No problem. Our goal is 100% credit approval.
Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7, but only at Kia of CherryHill.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Seniors and people with disabilities who rely on SEPTA are urging state lawmakers to fund the transit agency. A federal appeals court rules Pennsylvania must stop throwing out mail-in ballots with inaccurate dates on the return envelopes. And mayors of shore towns are asking for federal help to clean up beaches damaged by Hurricane Aaron.
Get the latest anytime on KYW.
Your place again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit rettingerfireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Labor Day symbolizes your life's work, so guarantee growth and protection for your nest egg with the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System.
I'm Mark Dennert. My wife Mary and I have been with Crash-Proof Retirement since 2023. With Labor Day approaching, if you're approaching retirement or retired, you want to make sure that the money you earned over your career, you don't lose. With my Crash-Proof system, I've received double-digit returns and with no risk. All that money is credited to my account. I can never lose any of that money. When the market dropped 1,000 points in one day, my Crash-Proof system didn't lose anything. Whatever interest I get, 100% of that's mine, and there's no fees involved.
I know our money is secure and we are going to be able to enjoy our life of retirement for many, many more years.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com. And happy Labor Day from all of us at Crash Proof Retirement.
Dom's making some gravy.
I think so.
Does he call it gravy or sauce?
Oh, he's big on the gravy.
Yeah, it's gravy because he's Italian, a real Italian.
I remember the very first time that I came to Philadelphia. This was before Tony and I were even dating. This was just a work-related. I was working on Into the Night with Fox Sports Radio, and we had a remote. And Tony's mom invited me over, and she says, I'm making spaghetti and gravy. And I'm like, ew, who wants to eat spaghetti and gravy? And I was like, I don't know if I want to accept it. And then Tony explained to me that gravy was actually
exactly right.
Spaghetti sauce. I was like,
She's a
oh my
Medigan.
God.
I didn't yell at Robin back then because she didn't know. She's a Medigan.
I'm a Medigan.
Medigan.
Yeah,
Medigan.
but I have a little bit. I have a little bit of Italian in.
Not much.
As long as you have some.
That's on you.
By the way, of all the comments being made, and everybody's talking about the Minnesota church shooting, not a school shooting, a church shooting while kids were in school this morning, second one in the last 24 hours. And the ghoul who did it basically wrote a suicide note and explained just how mentally ill trans activists are. And the state that actually promotes trans activism more than any other state in this country, and you never would have believed this to be the case, is Minnesota. You got Tim Walz, you got the attorney general, you got the mayor, you've got all of these people, and then Jen Psaki, the former lapdog for Joe Biden before she turned it over to an even more incompetent press secretary who checked 60 boxes. This is what she tweeted today. Now, all the people saying despicable things, when you have a show on MSNBC and then you write this as your first reaction to the mass shooting of young kids in church, Jen Psaki, quote, when kids are getting shot in their pews at a Catholic school mass and your crime plan is to have National Guard put mulch down around D.C., maybe rethink your strategy. Hey, Jen, when kids are getting shot and then governors and mayors like J.B. Pritzker in Chicago, in Illinois, and that idiot mayor in Chicago, and the idiot governor in Minnesota, and the idiot governor in California who's trying to run for president, and they say, don't send any police here. So maybe you should rethink your strategy. So it means, just so you're saying basically that if Tim Walz had requested the National Guard to help his completely defunded police department handle multiple acts of violence and terrorism, maybe this could have been prevented. Is that what you're saying, Jenny? Is that what you're saying right now, hon?
It certainly sounds that way.
Maybe rethink your career as soon as MSNBC goes out of business and you'll be working somewhere with Marie Harf at Hot Dog on a Stick in a local mall in Washington, D.C., because that's where you belong. You're an absolute piece of waste of human flesh. God damn you and your family. How about that?
Ooh.
Not God bless you.
Tony Bruno,
God damn Jen Psaki.
Your mother would be washing.
That's what Barack Obama's minister said. Remember, not God bless America, God damn America.
Your mother would have said, just because somebody else does it.
I'm not criticizing God. I'm wanting God to damn Jen Psaki, but I think her parents beat me to it. You know what I'm saying?
We have
a caller on the line, right?
Yeah, we got Big Al.
Big Al! Does Big Al have problems too? Is he on wife
Tony
number
Bruno,
2?
I'm going to check your memory out real quick. Years ago, you and I participated in a wheelchair basketball game in Northeast Philly. It was years ago, and I think Steve Martirano participated. It was a fundraiser.
Yep. I love doing those things.
I'm a former pro basketball player. I used to travel around the world with the Harlem Globetrotters. I was on the Washington Generals.
Oh, beautiful, man! No, I always love doing those charity things. You know, when the Wounded Warriors at the Super Bowl, I'd participate in flag football game, and those guys, you know, they're missing legs and arms, and they were out there busting ass, man. They were kicking our asses out there, and I love being with heroes who don't have all the luxuries that we have, the arms and the legs and all of our. Well, I'm losing my mind, but I still have my arms and legs and part of my brain left. But it's an honor to go out there.
I'm coming to Naples Sunday for about 15 days till September 15th. I do a lot of motivational speaking and all, but we have a place in Naples, and hopefully I could. If you're going to be on the air down there, I'd love to listen to you. But anyhow, the thing that I was talking on a call about was this: you were talking about the death penalty and all. My personal feeling is they should have electric bleachers instead of electric chairs, and you know, and also I want to talk about that guy that burned that flag, and he was saying, "Oh, they're going to arrest me and put me in jail for a year," and then they arrested him. Why don't we take a page out of the Democrats' book? Remember the January 6 people that were locked up, arrested for a year and a half to 2 years, and they weren't even charged with anything?
Yeah.
Of course.
Let's take a page out of that book and arrest that guy. Don't charge him with anything, but leave him sit in jail for a year.
Oh, I like that.
Absolutely. There's no deterrent for crimes. There's no deterrent anymore. That's why when you know that you can get away with stuff time and time again, what's going to stop you from doing it again? That's what happens.
And that dirtball, poor excuse for a human being out in Chicago. I don't know if you saw the Joe Scarborough interview that they were playing. Where
that mayor's the worst.
5 times. If they gave, with all the things that you wanted to do before, and add 5,000 new police officers, would it make Chicago safer? And he wouldn't answer the freaking question. That's, you know, the people. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, or what you independent or what you are. Let's look at what's happening in these Democrat cities. Look what they're pushing. They're going against every person's 80-20 issues with women, men playing in women's sports.
Everything. Everything. They hate Trump so much that if he cured cancer, they would still be against it. These people are mentally ill. Listen, I was a Democrat all of my life in Philly because that's what happens when you grow up in Philly. But I didn't become a Republican because of Trump. I'm more of an independent. I just look at elections and decide which party to vote for. I'm not married to the Democrats. I despise both parties equally. They're all scumbags for the most part. There may be a couple here and there, but politicians exist for one reason: to make money off our backs and then pretend like they care and worry about us. They don't care about you, me, or anybody else. So this whole left-wing, right-wing thing.
And I'll tell you what, I'm in Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli's got to win this election. I mean,
I agree. That jacket, that Mickey Sherrill chick, these people are all nuts. She's nuts. The people in Virginia are nuts. These people are absolutely certifiably insane. When they go against common sense, there's not one thing that's a common sense issue that they will go with. They want to be the most extreme people on earth, and they're going to have to pay the price because I don't want extreme people in my life. I'm extreme enough. And Robin keeps me under control sometimes.
Obama says build a wall, and they say, okay, great. But when Trump says it, oh, no. I mean, they hate Trump so much. They hate Trump more than they love this country, and that's what gets me going. But, Tony, I'm going to be heading to Naples, Florida for about 15 days. I'll be down. We have a place down there, and I would love to me and my wife would love to take you out to dinner. My number.
You know what we love down there? What do we love, Robin, down there in Naples?
Oh, the Seed to Table.
Seed to Table. Have you been to Seed to Table?
Well, we only live a mile away from there. We go there all the time. You know,
love that place,
you see people walking around with wine glasses as they're shopping.
Oh yeah, it is the most unique supermarket / nightclub / close produce store.
That contact us off the air.
Yeah, we got to go down there. Our buddy Luigi's living in Naples now. He's down there. Everybody, you know, all the Philadelphia, like the 76ers coach lives down there. Jay Wright, the former Villanova, they all have houses in Naples. I can't afford to live in Naples. I'm low rent. I'm here in Cape Coral.
We live right around the corner from a seated table on the Airport Road and Vanderbilt, right around that area.
Oh, I love Vanderbilt Beach, man. Well, stay in touch. You know, you can follow me on Twitter at Tony Bruno Show. and then
I'm not
send
a
us a
computer
direct
guy,
message.
but if I could get a number after we get off the air, or you can take my number or whatever, I'd love to take you out to dinner, you and your wife or whoever.
Henry, off the air, if you can give him our number, and then
absolutely,
that'd be awesome. Thank you.
And anybody else would like to wine and dine us? No, I'm just kidding. By the way, you know what time it is right now? It's the thing I'd never done before, filling in on this or any other program. I've done Fight Club, of course, and Kale and Company. I've done, Phil Almquist, This Day in Movie History, but I've never done.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. And today we got fabulous, fabulous prizes. Tell them what we have for them, Henry Machette.
Yeah, Tony. So if you are today's winner of the Money Melody, you will be going home with a 4-pack of tickets to see the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show September 4th through the 7th at the Golden Nugget Marina. See the new boat models from all the major manufacturers. Buy $15 advance tickets at acinwaterboatshow.com. So,
and that starts next Thursday. So the first couple of days, we got Labor Day on Monday, the boat show in water and AC on Thursday through Sunday. How about that? And Sunday, the 7th, is National Grandparents' Day. So my stinking grandkids better be coming up with some good stuff for Pop Tony. You know what I'm saying? Or they'll never be allowed in this house to roam free like they did a couple of weeks ago.
Maybe they win the prize today. Maybe they get you these tickets. Who knows?
No.
So anyway, it was a year ago today that the mega band Oasis announced that they were coming back and performing shows in July and August of this year.
Right.
One of their top songs of all time, if not their top song, is Wonderwall. So I'm going to play you Wonderwall today, but obviously it's not going to be by Oasis. It's going to be by a cover artist. I want the name of this cover artist here today. Some notes about this cover artist. He recorded his first single when he was 14 in 1955. He is also the composer for the theme song to The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson, as well as the guy who wrote My Way for Frank Sinatra.
Wow.
So I want to know the name of this Canadian singer-songwriter. I'm playing you singing Wonderwall.
Let's hear it. I know who it is.
You like this rendition, Tony?
Yeah, I know exactly who that is, too.
Interesting. All right, well,
I'm not eligible to win, though.
Eligible to win, but no, yeah, 855-839-1210. You know who this artist is? Call in, let us know.
4 tickets to the In-Water Boat Show in the Atlantic City Golden Nugget Marina next weekend, baby.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance. This Saturday, August 30th at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
Yeah. Now we got people, the phone lines are burning up. Burning hotter than a summer afternoon in Cape Coral where the humidity's 100% and the temperature's 105. Let's go to the phone to see who we get a winner. Joe in Gloucester. Joe, do you know who the Money Melody secret singer is? It's not a secret. You know?
Yes, sir. I believe it is Paul Anka.
You are correct, sir. Boom. I knew it immediately. How many people don't? I mean, I knew a long time ago when I found out that Paul Anka wrote the Tonight Show theme, but I didn't know he did a cover of Wonderwall, though.
I did not know that.
I did not know that.
I did not know any of it. I didn't even know it was Paul Anka.
Robin, I hate to do it to you.
I know. This is why whenever we do anything with music, I want you on my team because I am useless in that situation.
We all have our weaknesses, Robin. Congratulations, though, Joe. You're going to get those 4 tickets to the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show next weekend down there at the Golden Nugget
I wish we could go. I
love boat shows. I love gun shows. I like, what other kind of shows?
RV shows.
RV shows. What kind of show? Auto shows.
I used to go to those all the time as a kid.
Flower shows.
Flower shows.
You just slip the strip shows in there.
Casually.
Just casual little.
Not tranny shows. So I'm not big on those. So they can do what they want.
Hey, there's some really, really.
No, I listen. I love the Calamari sisters. We went to see, the Calamari sisters do their, and they were pretending to be Italian, and they were awesome.
By the way, I think we need to bring back that word because it sort of disappeared with transvestite. There's a difference between a transvestite and a transsexual.
Yes. By the way, this is another story about the Church of the Annunciation where the mass shooting happened today. On August 16th, which was just a week ago, right?
Yeah.
So today is the 27th. How many days ago? It's 11 days ago. 11 days ago, Mary Grace Westman announced she's retiring from Annunciation. She's provided such wonderful hospitality, friendship, and compassion to all who gathered for the last 5 years at Annunciation. You will be missed. Congratulations on your retirement. So this past on Sunday, August 16th, or Sunday the 17th, the mother of the shooter who killed those people today, the children, retired from the same church. She worked at the same church that her mentally disturbed son/daughter shot up, retired from that same place.
Interesting.
Is that unbelievable? So this person who obviously they loved at the church did not know that her son/daughter was mentally deranged and had guns and ammunition and was making all kinds of videos, hating on Jews, hating on Christians, hating on pretty much everybody.
So obviously there was a lot of psychological issues.
Yeah, but you would think that the mother, who's a religious woman who went to the same church.
Well, this person was not living at home anymore. This person was on their own. They were already.
But they were 22. They were living. She's been there for 5 years. Her son changed his name from Robert to Robin. And again, I'm not blaming the mom for the son's crime, but that's just, isn't that ironic? Because that means that this kid had access to the same church where his mom worked. And again, I'm not saying that his mom's responsible. No. But imagine how his mom feels. I hope they interview her and ask whether or not she knew or saw signs that her son was mentally unfit, mentally disturbed. That's crazy.
On social media, after this happened, I saw and after the person was identified, the shooter was identified, there was a lot of people saying this person was evil incarnate. This is what happens when you're allowed to go to the devil, and I think that here in some religions and people when they take their religion to heart, they conflate what they see as something evil with rather than it being a mental illness. And if you truly are compassionate, you would be able to see beyond what they look like or what they say they think they are as being something evil and that the devil is in them, and realize that this is somebody who needs help.
But here's the thing, though, Robin. In the video of this trans shooter who shot up the church today in Minneapolis, video posted on the suspect today shows references to another trans shooter, Natalie Rupno.
Yeah.
Remember that?
That was
And there has been, so we always talk about, it's time to have a national conversation about gun control, right? Time to have a national conversation about racism. Isn't it time to have a national conversation about the rash of mentally disturbed trans murderers in this country?
Mm-hmm.
This is not one. These are people who are taking hints from other equally disturbed people that really don't really live anymore. I mean, they've gotten so bad that they're willing to kill themselves as long as they kill other people that they despise for whatever reason, whether it's religion, whether it's their nationality. This is absolute. How many kids have to die?
Well, there's definitely
before we have a so-called conversation.
There's definitely something going on that and doctors have said.
We talk about copycat killers a lot. A lot of these psycho serial killers in the past, the Jeffrey Dahmers and all these other people, they were disturbed, but they were triggered by something.
Yes, but there have been doctors who have come out who have said, look, giving somebody who is mentally disturbed these particular drugs to transition them it says on the labels that it can cause psychotic issues. So this is not a great combination to begin with, and we are not doing a good enough job at keeping this in check. I have here, just as an example, really quick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 shooters that in the past couple of years have been trans or trans identified.
Exactly. So, and again, if we can identify these people and we know this is a trend now, why are these people in particular led to the point in their lives where they feel that taking out innocent lives makes them some sort of a hero? Because obviously this guy that killed those kids, he was talking about another former trans person who killed themselves after killing innocent people.
So here, let me just go through quickly. So Devin Erickson, identified as trans. They were the Denver school shooter.
Right.
Another Denver school shooter, because they worked together, identified as trans as well. Maya Alec McKinney. In Aberdeen, the shooter was Shnokia Moselli, identified as trans. The Nashville shooter, Audrey Hale, identified as trans. The Uvalde shooter, Salvador Ramos. We think based upon photographs, but it was unconfirmed, but clearly identified as something other than heterosexual. The Georgia shooter, Colt Gray, also, according to photographs, you can see that they were wearing makeup, longer hair, something. It's unconfirmed, but the suspicion was trans. The Iowa shooter, Dylan Butler, identified as gender fluid. The Philadelphia shooter, Kim Brady Carricker, identified as trans. Colorado Springs, Anderson Lee Aldrich, identified as non-binary. Something is going on.
Exactly.
There is a pattern, and we need to figure this out.
Exactly. And again, these people are mentally disturbed.
Yes.
Anybody who commits a crime of this magnitude and thinks it out and writes and puts videos together
100%.
on social media and brags about it, that is mental retardation. And not retardation, it's an illness. Retardation is something you can't control.
Correct.
An illness is something that...
Well, sometimes you can't control this either. I mean, there's
you can't control when somebody... Joe Biden said 8-year-olds should make their own decisions on whether or not they want to become men or women.
If they have these psychoses going on and it's exacerbated by drugs that doctors are giving them to transition them, they might not be completely under control, which is why we need to get them help.
Which is why we cannot have hospitals and people like Gavin Newsom telling their parents don't have to know if you want to go into a hospital and have your gender changed. That's the problem. Because when you have politicians and there are doctors who are willing to perform abortions and there are doctors willing to cut off kids' genitals because there's money in it.
Yep.
And these savages don't care what they have to do to make money, the ones who decide to go that way. Anyway, we're going to take another break. We're coming up, another half hour to go. Who's in for Rich Zioli? Do we know? Is it a secret?
Let me get back to you on that. I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to get back because people are waiting. Where is Rich? And if he's not here, who's in for him at 3 o'clock? That's the big question still remaining right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Saturday, the Penn State Nittany Lions kick off the 2025 football season. And you can hear it all here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Touchdown, Penn State! The Nittany Lions respond!
Coverage starts Saturday at 3 as the Lions host the Nevada Wolfpack.
He's close, he's there, touchdown, Penn State!
Penn State football is here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
If your dog makes you itch, it isn't hair. It's CAN F1 and 2. And dust mite flare-ups? That's Durr P1 and 2. Pathogen sprays go after the allergens themselves. Whisker Block for dog dander, EnviroBlock for dust. Spray surfaces and rooms to neutralize allergens and help cut the sneezing, itching, and fog. Safe for the whole household. Buy Pathogen online at Pathogen.com today. Pathogen.com. Pathogen.com. For a home that finally feels livable.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
If your home's old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors are in need of replacement, then go to the family name that's been trusted in the tri-state area for over 75 years. My good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida's expertly installed high-performance windows and doors will definitely increase the comfort level of your home while also helping you save on your monthly energy bills. But the savings don't stop there, because Guida will also help you save on the cost of your project by giving you 40% off all windows and doors during the month of August. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales are excluded. Offer expires at the end of August, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, we're back. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, the final half hour, final 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we now know the answer. The great Mary Walter will be in for...
Beautiful.
She's awesome.
Yes.
Listen to the Opelka this morning with the great Dawn Stensland.
Now, people are asking that we just keep going, Tony.
I can't keep going, Robin. I gotta.
I know you have it. You have a brand new Blackstone.
Got my 36-inch Blackstone griddle outside. I gotta scrape it down, get it ready. You gotta season it because it's cast iron.
Yes.
So you gotta clean it first, and then you gotta clear it all off.
I almost ruined it.
Yeah, Robin put some lard on there. I said, Robin, you gotta clean it first.
Actually, no, lard is good, but I didn't clean it first.
Mm-hmm.
There was there's like 2 or 3 spots of rust already forming, and those are supposed to be scraped off before you season it. Mm-hmm. And Tony yelled at me, and I apologized, and then we went out and we got this special.
Then I had to go out and go to Walmart to get the scraper and all the other stuff.
Yes.
And the seasoning you put on, you got to season that thing.
Tony made me watch a video on what's the right
And once
thing
you
to
do it once, that baby's great. You know, you see all these great grills. You know, you go to get a cheesesteak at a place, nothing sticks. Once you get it right and seasoned, which is cast iron, you don't want it rusty. You got to make sure it stays seasoned.
Yes.
And I'll be grilling and chilling this weekend, baby. You know what I'm saying?
I can't wait because I'm really hungry. After that gravies talk, I'm now jonesing for some. Yeah.
You and me both.
Oh, man.
And then you started talking about cheesesteaks too. And
Yeah.
Gosh darn it.
Cheesesteaks. I haven't made a cheesesteak at home in forever.
I know.
But we even got that little thing you put on top. So when you put you put it over the steak with the cheese on top, and then it melts it.
Yes.
And then you get that big griddle, and you get that big thing, and you scoop it up, and bam, put some onion in there.
What kind of cheese?
Provolone.
Provolone.
We like
mozzarella. There's a mix. Mama's
does a 3-cheese mix.
Yeah.
And they do mozzarella,
mix.
provolone, and what's the third cheese that they use?
I don't know, but it's good.
If anybody's in the Philly area, oh my God, it is the best cheese
I'm not
steak.
putting any cheese whiz on. There's no cheese whiz.
Oh, come on.
Cheese whiz is only to be used for one thing.
Cheese
whiz is only for one thing: nachos. When you're drunk and you're overpaying at a bar and you get nacho cheese, you know what I'm saying?
If you are in Philly and you have not been to Mama's Pizzeria on it's close to Tony, where is it?
It's on Belmont Avenue, right up there, right.
You have to go. It is so much better. Oh, I think I saw a manatee. There's a manatee.
There's a manatee outside. Yes, there is. Can we get a live shot? There's a couple of them. Oh, we got to get the manatee cam, because people love animal videos. People have nests.
There's the bubbles right now.
Yeah, there's bubbles.
There's bubbles.
No, she'll be on the side stage later on tonight. Manatee's on the main stage.
I think we just missed them.
Oh, we got to do a manatee cam as they start moving in from the deeper water in the afternoon.
But I just saw the tail.
You know what I'm saying? Colby Jack is good.
I've heard Colby Jack is good. It's a lot of people. They like to stick to the classics, Cooper Sharp, American, Provolone.
Yeah.
Cooper Sharp was just signed by the Cowboys, I understand. So
maybe should avoid that one then. And to Henry's point too, the whiz cheese is considered a classic.
Even if it's fake whiz, like if you don't make your own whiz, I still think it's
no
good.
whiz, no whiz.
Yeah, I
whiz is. Wait a minute, we have a close up, Robin. Can we zoom in on the manatee?
Zoom in anymore, but we're seeing them. See, look, you can see the.
Yeah, you see, they make circles and they come up and they bubble. Seeing a manatee in the wild, up close and personal, the most amazing creature on God, and there's so many beautiful creatures. No, you can do provolone.
Yeah, provolone.
But,
I'm not.
Tuna Fang says my ex soaked my iron skillet with dish soap. Did I mention she's my ex?
No dish soap on cast iron at all.
No.
None at all whatsoever.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah, after the initial seasoning, you're supposed to just wash with salt, I think, right?
No, you just scrape it down.
You can use hot water to kind of get stuff that's really stuck on there away, but you do not use dish soap at all. Because then you have to re-season every single square.
Exactly.
Yep.
Once you get it right, it should. When you put something on there, it should not stick. Like, everybody thinks you put bacon on it first, but I found out that it's not right. Bacon will stick. You got to have onions because onions have sulfur. We have plenty of sulfur. Maybe we should just put our water on there and have the sulfur make the season the damn grill.
Isn't it supposed to be? It's an oil that has. It's like a high smoke point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like avocado oil has a high smoke point. There's I forget what other ones are, but the one that I heard was avocado oil.
Yes, and you can use lard. Lard is actually has a very high
thing too. Yeah.
Now my boy Santo, not Santo. Remember, we went to a great event with him for the kids. Remember that, Robin?
Yes.
On Sanibel. Santo, who's KC's. And he says, Tony, go to Publix and have them slice you some ribeye real thin. And what else did he say?
I don't care what you make.
Ribeye, and then hit Mario's for some rolls.
Oh.
Put it on that Blackstone, freaking awesome. Absolutely, man. I'm going to be chilling and grilling all. I'm going to put bacon. I'm going to do bacon and eggs in the morning.
Yes.
You got to do bacon outside.
Yes.
You know, you don't do bacon
Absolutely.
inside. Because then and you don't do tuna fish inside.
No.
I mean, like the tuna sandwiches, tuna salads.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Santo. No Santo.
Smash burgers. You guys do smash burgers on a grill?
Yeah, we can do smash burgers.
Lots of onions on that one.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, we got a lot of onion.
I make a really mean sloppy Joe, too. Like from scratch, not with any kind of mix.
All right.
You don't put that on a
No. Well, you can. You can put anything on a griddle.
Well, sloppy Joe's kind of more like a sauce, though. That's more like
come on, Robin. You stay away from my Blackstone.
You could put it in a
Screwed
pot.
it up yesterday. Now I have to go out and start over again.
You could put it in a pot and then like cook it on the Blackstone that way.
Yes, that would work.
There's a dude.
I like that they
there's
have
a bunch of guys on YouTube who cook like that.
Yeah. There's this woman who's Betty from Blackstone. She has all these recipes and stuff. But they have they're like plastic. They're not plastic.
Rubber. They're like
rubber, and they have openings so you can make like little omelets in there. You put the eggs inside. You know what I mean? Make little frittatas in there.
It's like with silicone. They're like silicone things.
Well, some of the chicks will be here this weekend. We'll have some silicone, but hey, whatever it takes to.
Joseph Ricciani is asking corn on the grill or in boiled water?
No, you got to boil it in water.
No,
no,
grill.
you can make Mexican corn on a grill.
I don't want to boil because all the nutrients just boil out if you boil them.
And the char on the corn.
If you wrap it in foil
and stuff.
Yeah,
like
you
that.
wrap it in oil, then put it on the Blackstone. Yeah. But then when you have Mexican corn, which is the best, then you rub. What do you put on it first, and then roll it in?
Well, you put mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise, that's right.
Mayonnaise
like an
and then all
aioli.
the seasoning and everything else that goes on there.
The seasoning, and then the what's the something?
You know who used to make
white
Elvez?
Yeah.
Elvez in Center City made the best Mexican corn.
We used to call it corn crack.
It was crack. And in fact, on Cinco de Mayo, they have lines all the way around in Center City outside the Elvez store, Elvez location. The best Mexican corn I've ever had.
First time I couldn't get enough of it. It was so good.
Exactly.
They gave us the recipe.
We got it. We got to make street. We'll make street everything. Street.
Tony,
crack.
we did not get to one single other story that was.
Robin, we had breaking news on the show.
I know, but Henry made this fabulous list.
I know he did.
We didn't get to any of it.
I only make that as a backup in case we ever run out of things to talk about, which never happens.
Exactly. We don't need filler. This is not a filler show.
I know, but I really wanted to talk about.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. Hopefully, there's not another mass shooting by a psychotic transgender whack job. Ridiculous. I know. Now, the Phillies against the Mets tonight. What do you think? You know who they're sending out there tonight?
Yeah, they're sending out our good
Watch it.
friend.
He'll go out there. He'll go out there tonight and throw a masterpiece, right?
You know what? He's been surprisingly good this year. I mean, he's been
he's all right.
as he can be.
Well, some of these other guys like that, the Italian Jordan Romano, he should be working at a pizza joint cleaning the ovens.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Never being on the mound.
I mean, talk about, is it the yips? Is it something? I mean, the guy can't throw it over the plate.
Oh, it is. Maybe he just sucks. We have
He's
to
an
take a
all-star
break.
before. It's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. What happens? You come to Philly and you can't handle it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're coming right back. The big finale before Mary Walter in for that other guy. What's his name? Rich Cioli. Yeah. He's got great hair, though. If I could come back as somebody's hair, I want Rich Cioli's hair. And great. We're coming right back.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, we're back in the final moments here. It's went really fast today. We want to thank everybody. We'll be back again tomorrow for Thursday, and Friday.
Yes.
3 straight days.
Red Wine Friday.
And maybe we'll have some red wine. Now, people are asking us if we're going to do a doubleheader and do a Friday night show.
We are. But on the
People were asking, you said we're not ready yet for that.
For Friday? No.
We're going to do 2 shows. Oh, okay. We're going to do noon to 3, then take a break, maybe throw a cheesesteak on the grill. Maybe we'll do it outside during the griddle, the into the night
That
show.
would be too much to ask of me right now.
No, it's not, Robin. You stick grill cooking. How hard is that? You put a camera out there.
Well, we'll see.
Now, this story just broke. Actually, yesterday, under pressure from Donald Trump, Michigan medicine halts gender-affirming care for trans youth. This was printed on Monday. So Michigan medical clinics, or I guess the halted gender-affirming care for trans youth. And then a couple of days later, you see now. And somebody made this one point, and this is the last point. You know, we got the lieutenant governor of Minnesota. You know, she wore a T-shirt saying with a knife on it. All of the visuals. But Christopher Rufo, we should now put the rest to libertarian delusion that transgenderism is a matter of personal choice or live and let live. It's an ideology that has done grave damage to millions of Americans and has unleashed a nihilistic wave of violence on our society. Enough. I agree. I don't care. I don't care if you're gay, transsexite, transvestite. I don't care what your sexual preference is.
But people are not born in the wrong body. I mean, that's the problem and it screws with people's heads when you tell them that.
Especially when you're pumping in these chemicals into your body to help. Murph's mom checks in and says, I love Fired Up Tony. I'm not, the thing about being fired up is that you can't fake it. You can't plan outrage. Outrage is organic. You don't come on and say, I'm going to be outraged today. We're going to come. Actually, we'll see you again tomorrow. Coming up next, we'll take it through the afternoon drive. Tony, Bruno, Miss Robin, thanks for joining us today. We'll see you back here tomorrow at noon on The Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the show